Hey, what's going on? Everybody, what's going on? Happy Saturday. There's a bunch of people down there, by the way. Like 100 people. They haven't been letting people in, supposedly, apparently. And the National Guard's keeping them out or something. We'll see what happens here. Welcome everybody to the stream. Good morning. Gino Fast, the first one here. Hammer the Patty, second, Manual Forever, third. First, second, and third. Thank you for being here. You may now be seated. You are the MVPs so far. We have I'm Jack's username. Always the MVP. Hey, we're all MVPs up in here then. Alright then. For being here. And Forever says he's gonna be harvesting, so be streaming it maybe. I'll check that out. Be sure to sub to Manual Forever if you want to see some harvest action later on. Apparently this guy slept there all night. He's been there now for 2 hours, so we know that at least for 2 hours they haven't let anybody in. I mean, he says they haven't let anybody in all night. Look at him down there. He said hundreds. Just can't see them. And they keep coming. Who's crossing? Huge. I heard Elon was down there, so they're starting to panic maybe.
Cutting the fences, folks. Look.
Oh, they're letting them in right now. You're able to witness it right. I went live just in time. There we go. Go me. I'm really. I'm. What did he say?
Letting them in.
I'm extremely impressed with myself. I forget how he worded it. It was something like that. You know what? Fuck, I'm badass. Look at that shit. Oh, is it 9 a.m.? Well, it's 7:10, so they're a little late, I guess. Maybe it is.
And the National Guard just drove away and left.
Probably because they don't stay there all night. Border Patrol. National Guard stays there. And dude, they realize this could be the last day for them. If we don't have a government shutdown, that means they made an agreement with the border, and that could mean remain in Mexico starts up again, starting tomorrow. I don't know how it's gonna play out today. That's why it's a dual stream with both of these, because both of these are gonna kind of be
meanwhile more crossing over,
playing into each other. There he is. Well, I gotta say good morning to these people. Let's get the chat rolling for them. Let's see what's going on over here. Slept in a little? Man, I wish I had. I can never sleep in. I literally can never sleep in. Because of Simon. Well, until there's no more Simon. I have It's like having a child. You know, you have a child, you gotta go by their schedule. Well, a sick animal, that's where I put you. Same position. If you want to do right by the animal, why are they all throwing their fucking clothes up there? Do they not have the ability to move the razor wire? Dude, did the National Guard do it too well this time? Everybody take your clothes off so we can protect you. The National Guard finally did a good job with that wire, I think. They've been working at it all night, probably like, we'll get them this time. They ain't gonna cut this one. I tell you what though, they're like perfecting their Constantine wire application here for our National Guard here at the border. It's really good training. And better at it. Or you know what, maybe they'll be able to put something up for Antifa. Instead of that dumb shit they're always putting up.
Here they come, guys.
Remember that orange thing that they would put up?
They let them in.
In LA? Oh no, they did a good job. They cut it right open. Damn.
They let them in.
That stuff's worthless, dude. They should have built a wall like they had around the federal building in Portland. That'll keep them fuckers out. Then the Border Patrol can't take it down so easily. You know what I mean? Put one of those fences up around it with razor wire on top of that. That would have kept them off. Like they did in El Paso. Remember that, dude? It wasn't as strong as the Portland fence, but they put a chain link fence up out there with razor wire on top of it. Why aren't they doing that here? Because they want them to come in. Like they were forcing them to go down more with that one. They weren't letting them come in that area at all. They were always guarding it. The National Guard had like watch posts going down it. You go past is just for looks, man. It's kind of, I don't know, if I was a Texan, I'd be kind of pissed off that I was wasting National Guard resources and for nothing. I'm sure those people would rather be home with their families, not out there doing absolutely nothing. Last night the National Guard was yelling at them, telling them to go back when they were still in the water. Go back! Go back! They just keep on walking.
They cut the fence, folks.
Those people must have had to sit there all night long. It's probably while they were telling them to go back. They were actually looking out for them. Like, we're not letting you in till the morning, go back. People are so damn hard-headed.
And that was Border Patrol. Border Patrol cut the fence.
This dude's probably running on empty right now. Props to him for, I mean, it makes it a little easier. It's like camping, you know what I'm saying? You go camping and you don't get very good sleep at all, but because it's like an adventure, like you want to get up and cook that sausage over the fire like you're a caveman type thing. Like, probably has that adrenaline pumping, being out there, being so close to it. And, I mean, 2,100 viewers ain't no slouch either, so. That's probably a pretty cool deal. And it's cool that there aren't that many other live streams. Like, you know what I'm saying, dude? Like, when I heard Oreo and Joe were gonna be out here, I'm like, Well, by the way, dude, my mouth's starting to get better, and I might actually think about going and doing some IRL, dude, because it was, I'm not playing. It was really what was keeping me from wanting to do anything, go out anywhere, and something's working. I don't want to jinx it like I did last time with the green drink, but I think that zinc might be helping. And I've been doing this Closest mouthwash. It's a mouthwash brand called Closest. This dentist recommended, and I've been using that twice a day too. Brush my teeth twice a day. You know, sometimes more.
Here they come.
Trying to. I gotta get this. I gotta go on the other side of it, dude. I know it's bad, dude, because I bought salsa like a month ago, and it's still in the fridge, and the chips are still on top of the fridge. And I know that when I stop eating chips and salsa, because I love chips and salsa, dude, and tacos and stuff. When I stop eating that stuff, I know it's bad. I'm just when I start with food avoiding. I think we're gonna maybe. I think maybe. They're starting to look like they look a certain way. Like they go through stages. At first, they don't have any whiteness to them. They're kind of actually really hard to see at first. That's when they're the most painful, actually. Once they start getting a little whiteness to them, it's like the next stage, and then after that, usually I can get them to heal after a while. Sometimes longer times than others. I think this time is going to be a quick time. I'm doing so much to try to fix it.
More coming, guys. They cut the fence.
Hopefully it's about over. Maybe by like Monday it'll be completely gone. If not, dude, I'm getting kind of worn out. Water's starting to hurt a little less, but dude, sometimes it does that though, man. Sometimes it'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna get better, and then I get slammed again. Still gotta keep up the procedures. Dude, just water not hurting so much right now when I drink it is a really good sign. And it still hurts, but even yesterday I was pretty fucked up. The dude's barefooted.
And more crossing over now.
Like last night even, man. I remember last night I had to get off of here. I had to go. Another 2 more barefooted people. Why are they just leaving their shoes? Is it better to have no shoes than wet shoes? That doesn't even make sense, lady. Oh, dude, if they tried to cross that with flip-flops or something,
or along the bridge.
Now that would be something else. That would be so reckless. Like this lady with the Crocs right there, what are you doing? Alright, rule number 1, don't try to cross a river in some foot attire like that, because that will definitely make it hard, dude. I've done my share of camping at rivers, and you don't want anything that's gonna want to float off of your foot.
Some have phones on them.
Plus that material would be like, it wouldn't give you much grip with your step. Does that make sense? Like your foot wants to slide on top of that, while at the same time that wants to slide on top of the riverbed. So it's just, no wonder they lost their shoes. They probably had something like that. And it would have been more safer just to take them off, probably. Or safer, by the way. Just do that. Do the 2 thumbs up and imagine that dude being you. You did it, buddy. Oh, this dude's ready to be a construction worker with a lime green. He can just go straight to the Home Depot parking lot. And that's the thing, these people aren't doing that. That's what's a little disheartening. I feel like my Home Depot right now down the street, when I go there, should have like, it should look almost like official. Because they got some kind of official Venezuelan labor union. Like they got the main dude like, yeah sir, I got 5 guys here, I can get you. He's got a clipboard and everything. As many as we're getting.
They keep waving at the camera.
Where are they gonna work? I'm genuinely curious to know where all these people are working when they get here. Because, they don't speak very good English.
More coming over.
That's not a problem in places like California because there's going to be someone there that can translate for them. Like a dishwasher position or whatever, you know, they don't need to know much English. But, I mean, that also takes away those jobs and lowers those wages that Americans could be getting. The kids could be getting that are in high school. The kids used to do fast food work. Now, California is increasing fast food wages to $20 an hour. A kid making $20 an hour is a little fucking crazy, actually. I don't remember voting for that one. Actually, don't vote. Man, I need to start voting. Would it make a difference here? I don't know.
Venezuela. Detroit. They're going to Detroit.
Haven't they heard about Detroit?
He said he was going to Detroit.
Getting cold. That's another one. These people, like, what kind of cold do they deal with coming from the south? Coming from Venezuela, especially. It's much closer to the equator. And it's a tropical environment. I don't think they have winter. Detroit is full of violence, and the black people there aren't gonna be happy about it either, because there's like gang rivalry. There are a lot of gangs in Detroit. Everybody knows that, right? And the Mexican-black rivalry is probably a thing everywhere. It's pretty strong here.
So there you have it, guys.
Gang
Looks
turf.
like that is the group. Border Patrol there. Cut the fencing.
He's
and
probably in
allow
the
them
gang, going to Detroit, thinking about it. What the hell would he be going there for? but I'm gonna look it up. Detroit's Latino population.
While this was going on, Texas National Guard parked. They left. As we saw, they were there. They let Border Patrol cut the fence, and then they just kind of just sat back in the brush and just watched it and didn't stop it. So explain that.
Front door was wide open. Oh, how we did for salmon. Okay, race.
Here comes more coming across. Ready to.
$7.8. It looks like they have 7.8% Hispanic or Latino percent in Detroit. It seems pretty high.
That's who cut the fence, right there.
Where Long Beach is.
Border Patrol.
Long Beach is going to be like 60%.
Here's more crossing
probably
over. It's just a constant flow, everyone.
Oh, do it right.
That says P-A-R. P-A-R. I don't know what that means. But I've been seeing that up there like all night. P-A-R.
.5% as of 2018, so that's definitely higher. That's definitely higher than it was then, dude. Dude, I wonder what it is. Oh, here we go. This should be more accurate. That's like, wait, it went down. At 2020,
So
it went
we
down.
showed for the last 3.5 hours what unfolded here, starting when it was dark.
43.9.
About 3 hours and 15 minutes later, then they started letting them in. I'm assuming no one else is below right now.
We have 7
and then
times
this just will
more.
continue. The process will continue.
Anything going on in the house? Are they talking? House lawmakers at midnight. So tonight's the night. This is the main day.
Once Border Patrol leaves, the National Guard
We're
comes
still
back.
at recess, dude.
Like they're doing right now, getting out of their cars. Border Patrol comes, certain parts during the day, cuts the fence, National Guard walks away and lets them do it. Once Border Patrol leaves, National Guard comes back and then redo the fence where Border Patrol cut it. And that's pretty much how it goes.
Oh, we might be fishing.
But it's good to understand this process, and it's good to understand how this all works and what is going on.
Okay, we're gonna look at this for a second. This is this morning at the San Diego border. It's not live, but it is pretty new. It was just posted 21 minutes ago. Dude, they look like they're from Europe for some reason, don't they? This couple and this kid. They look like they're different. Let's see, look how clean she is. He's wearing all white. White shoes. Very white shoes. Looking like a designer pants. Well trimmed beard. Well done hair. It's like they're on vacation, dude. The kid's all clean and nice. Like, I don't know, man. It just seems like they're coming here to go on vacation, maybe even to go steal some shit like those Romanis did. They were doing it in multiple cities and had gotten deported and somehow got back in our country. How'd they get back in if they got deported? It's like they're giving them fake information and just getting let go, maybe. Interesting, they're the only ones not sitting down too because they don't want to get their clothes dirty. Hey, Miss Bungle. JD ready? Welcome back. Guys, Paula McLennan. Hey. Gotta read a little bit here. Yeah, the locals from Mexico fish in that water with nets. Seen it before. Oh, was that her? Was that the one that was standing up earlier? So, she had white pants on now. But for some of these countries, man, just coming to visit would be, like, if they're doing it the proper way, with the amount of red tape, would, some of them couldn't get it, or it would just take so long that they'd rather do it this way. Oftentimes flying straight into Mexico and then taking a bus to the border. They don't all go through Panama. Make the illegals build the wall. Heck yeah, that'd be cool. Like, that'd be a good job for them, actually. That's a good point. Oh, you want to come to our country? Well, guess what? You got a job. You're building the wall. That's an excellent idea. Is that what you're saying? I'd vote for that. Oh, well, yeah, I see. Yeah. I don't know, though. Is there really the need for construction workers? I mean, maybe, you know, we need is our infrastructure fixed. And if we got some skilled construction workers, they already know how to deal with concrete and whatever, foundations and bridge work, all that, like, sure. That's one of our main issues in America is our infrastructure falling apart. Your company can't find people to hire? Yeah, but you live somewhere that's cold, don't you? That's one of the downsides to it. Like, they're not, like, a lot of these people aren't going to want to live north of, like, North Carolina, probably. Maybe, I mean, Colorado, some of them go up there. I don't think they're very happy up there, though. Colorado seems like it's... Let me see what Colorado's census is. It seems like it's mostly white people, though. There they are. The vacationers. Census facts. It's gonna be higher than Detroit probably, but oh damn, well, that's pretty high, 22.5%. Yeah, but it used to be Mexico though, so it's a little different. Well, they handcuff them. What? This is a first. What? They're like, what? This dude's like, what? Why did he get handcuffed? Oh wait, he is. It's the pay that sucks. That's what I'm saying. And these people are bringing it down even more, aren't they? These companies aren't paying their workers enough. They're expecting the tippers to, the customers. fucking bullshit. And some restaurants are even putting on an automatic 18% gratuity, no matter what, and they'll say it's a cost of or a, you know what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about. They put it. The language is to enrich the employees enough so that they're getting a living wage or whatever. It's like, why aren't you what? Why don't you just increase the prices of your menu if it's going to be like that? Because a lot of people are concerned that the waiters and waitresses and shit aren't even going to be getting that 18%. It's going to go straight to the restaurant. I wanted to look at this lady. That's why I rewound it. Right shirt. Like, this is a Bape thing, right? Bape or something? That designer thing. So they only handcuff the dudes? They don't do that anywhere else that I've seen. No wonder no one wants to come through this border. She looks like she's on vacation too. Right here. With her kid. She's on vacation with her kid, dude. Oh. I wonder if some of them come here just for some free healthcare for a minute and then go back. Why is that kid crying so much though? It's like they might be putting it through a little too much. No, they were pissed off. What was that all about? All the black people were by themselves. Oh my god, they're retarded. Those two, just send them straight back. Just send them straight back right now. If you're not smart enough to know to put your baggage underneath the bus, and you just keep walking past the bus like it. Sorry, you gotta start over again. Go back home. Better luck next time. Hey, ho! Always like to get the thumbs up from the guys. It's like, how wholesome. Sit in the back, do all the seats in the back. There's tons of work. Weird. That's weird. New jobs used to be hard to get when I was looking for work. Like, they were ridiculous. It was starting to get harder and harder too because of the internet. Everybody wants you to apply online. Right. Probably still doing that, aren't they? Hey, hey, hey. I thought that was playing all the time. Oh, he ended it. No wonder. Boo. Slacker. I know it was gonna happen. Did it on purpose. Must have. I should put any new news this morning though. What are they saying?
As we approach the final hours before a possible government shutdown, if lawmakers can't reach a deal by midnight tonight, federal agencies could close and critical employees may be asked to work without getting paid. CBS News' Bradley Blackburn tells us more about the battle brewing between members of Congress.
32, the bill is not passed.
Even a measure that would have prevented a government shutdown temporarily failed yesterday, as a divide between Republican members remains wide open. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy couldn't get far-right members to back the bill.
If you quit after the first time, it's only a failure if you quit. If the clock runs out.
The clock does run out at midnight Saturday, and a shutdown appears all but certain.
Imminent, inevitable. It's going to happen.
The effects would be felt all across the country. Border Patrol agents, air traffic controllers, and 1.3 million military members could all go without pay. Alice Silver is the wife of a Coast Guard petty officer.
A paycheck being missed is a big problem.
Farmers who rely on data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture are concerned.
It's important to us to have the government up and running and serving our farm and serving all farmers.
And the federal WIC program that helps feed 7 million women and children could be at risk. Food pantries are bracing for the impact.
Going without SNAP and WIC benefits for people who rely on them is going to be catastrophic, honestly.
In the Senate, a bipartisan plan under consideration would keep the government open till mid-November and include funding for Ukraine. But Speaker McCarthy has rejected it. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, New York.
Now, when the shutdown ends, government employees would get back pay, but contractors like maintenance and cafeteria members would not. Members of Congress would continue to get paid throughout the entire shutdown.
It's hilarious how they put that at the very end there. People off with that one. Oh, what? Say what? Hey. Oh. Is that it? Man, come on. What are we waiting for? Are they gonna go like live at 8? Are they gonna be live at 8? Let's see. Is it the house? What are we looking at? We're looking at the house. I don't know how that happened. Weird. House. Congress. Live. One of those. Stay live, but boom. Saturday, September 30th. Good call, man. There to freaking call. They were live earlier. It looks like they did a pledge of allegiance and then did a chair to call subject to the call of the chair. So okay, this is what happened. There's not a video though. It says speaker. Speaker's approval of the journal. The chair announced that he had examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and had approved it. Mr. Tony Gonzalez, Texas, demanded that the question be put on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal and by voice vote. A chair announced that the ayes had prevailed. Mr. Tony Gonzalez objected to the voice vote based upon absence of quorum, and the chair postponed further proceedings on the question of agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal until a time to be announced. And they went to go all break or after that. And that was at 10:03 a.m. So that was like less than an hour ago. Simon, go on. Fuck. Go that way. What are you doing? Shit. Man. I try so hard to get him to eat as much food as possible before I have to pull it up. He always doesn't eat enough of it. And then stays hungry for fucking 3 hours while I get to... Man, dude. Oh my gosh. What? I'm putting you out. How about that? Let's go! Go! Hey! That way. Like, cause I'm already fucking hungry. I haven't had any food at all today. And with him doing that, it just pisses me off. I'm hangry already. Hey, cat. Hangry. I don't need it. My life. I don't need the meows in my life right now. Oh. It's like this demanding ass meow too. Hey, it's Steve. Good morning. You're wrong about what? A hoodie? Hoodie. I had a hoodie? Oh, that immigrant earlier. That was the bathroom right then. Oh no, D'Anthony's here. Those are special interest aliens, usually formed from countries with terrorist ties. Because, oh, well, they were cuffing a hell of a lot of them at the San Diego border, so they're very interesting fellas. Lots of interesting fellas must come through there. Aku and Inca, welcome. The Mark Hopper, good morning. What? An average wage of $40 an hour, man. Damn. That's crazy. I don't think that's average here. 20 an hour isn't up to live here, really. You have to have a roommate if you want to live comfortably. It's crazy in California, dude. I don't recommend it. I'm kind of stuck here. What am I looking at? I'm kind of stuck here with having the VA and everything. A little bit. I have a not too far from the VA. But what is this? This just happened?
To anyone who receives Social Security benefits, some recipients are receiving letters from the government demanding they give money back from overpayments even if it wasn't their fault. Our chief business
Well,
correspondent,
how much
Rebecca
we
Jarvis, is
talking
here
about
now
was
with more
overpaid, though?
on an investigation which first
$10,000
aired
or
on our ABC affiliates,
$20?
WSB, WFTV, and WSOC. They have been on top of this. Good morning, Rebecca.
They have. Good morning to you, Robin. It's nice to see you. And we are talking about billions of dollars the government has overpaid in Social Security benefits. And as you're about to hear, people who get these notices can owe thousands of dollars even if they didn't make any mistakes.
This morning, a new warning for hundreds of thousands of Americans who receive Social Security checks. The government sending surprise bills to some people demanding money back it says it overpaid.
I went to my mailbox and a letter from Social Security, and it was a demand letter for $121,000 payable in 30 days.
Yeah.
70.6 million people receive benefits from the Social Security Administration. According to the Inspector General's office, more than $21 billion in overpayments were not recovered last year. And Uncle Sam wants it back.
I'm so scared. I'm going to lose everything.
Meet Lori, a former Postal Service employee.
I need to know how much over she was getting paid. Like, was it super obvious, you know what I mean? Was all of a sudden she going from like $1,000 a month to like $4,000 a month? And she was like, huh, I must have gotten a raise. Or was it like, did it take like years to happen and she was only getting like an extra 100 and she thought it was just a COLA increase? That's all I'd like to know that, how long that took to happen.
Boy, who's received about $900 a month from Social Security since 2001. But the federal government wants over $120,000 back. The Cox Media Group station's investigative teams, which include ABC affiliates WSB, WFTV, and WSOC, along with KFF Health News, first reported on incidents like Lori's, who says she had to sell her house to cover the balance.
There's not one person who I've shared this story with believes that they could do that.
Former police officer Matt Cooper, who was shot in 2018 while on duty, and his wife Kristen rely on Social Security and workers' compensation payments.
It's hard to actually heal and get better when you're constantly having to revisit the worst day of your life.
But the couple received a letter demanding they pay back $30,000 because they say the agency failed to correctly factor in Matt's workers' compensation.
The system has definitely let us down.
The Coopers were denied an appeal, even though this was a government mistake. The SSA telling our affiliate WSB they're required by law to recover these payments. And while staffing and resource constraints have challenged our service delivery, our payment accuracy rates remain high.
People are going back and taking a second look and redoing the numbers and finding that, in fact, people do owe money back to the government. And now it's causing a bigger problem for a lot of individuals.
It can be a giant problem. Now, if you receive a message like this and you believe an overpayment wasn't your fault, the claim is unfair, or that paying that money back will cause you hardship, you should immediately reach out to the SSA to appeal that decision. They can at times waive repayment, or you can negotiate a repayment plan that doesn't put you under undue stress. Lindsay.
Yeah, devastating. Can't believe that one woman had to actually sell her home.
Unbelievable.
Rebecca, thank you.
Now to a warning to anyone who receives Social Security benefits. Some recipients.
That was the same story. Crazy. That's new. So that was happening. 100 and something thousand. Hey, rise and shine. I thought that was somebody's name for a second. It's Sister T. That's right. I said that earlier. Gotta catch up, man. Go. Yeah, I can see that. The very rich areas throwing things off. Have a house, that's pretty sweet. Burned body found. Oh, the buses arrived.
New details tonight on the migrant crisis. 9 more buses carrying people arrived in Chicago today. That is the most in one day ever. There are already
in
over
the
2,000
history of
migrants here that
immigrants.
are unhoused, not including new arrivals. Right now, the city is considering hiring local nonprofits and grassroots groups to operate
Oh, we
new
saw this
shelters. We are now also getting a glimpse of the possible tent-based camps the city might set up.
That's
As a
insanity.
housing
Look how
alternative, you're
big
looking
it
now at
is,
photos
dude.
of what those structures would look
Yo.
like. Locations for those potential base camps have not been officially decided. CBS 2 has also learned a group of alder people are intent on traveling to the border with Mayor Brandon Johnson. We should learn more about that in the coming
Hurry
weeks.
up.
New
Man,
details tonight.
I've been homeless in Chicago. I've said it before. It's bad. But there were programs. There were church programs, NGOs. I guess it's the same, but it was I would have to travel not only to different churches but two different counties, because one program they kind of like did it every other day. It was weird. I would have to travel to the two different counties, but they were right next to each other. The Chicago, Cook County borders. I forget what county is below it, but without a car, it would have been a really major pain in the ass. But it helped. Like, I was able to travel to them after working at Labor Ready, and we didn't have anything like this, dude. Like a central area where we could have went and like had a place to sleep and get a free meal and be able to shower and all that. Americans didn't have that. We weren't given that option. And if you didn't have a car, the church thing was a pain in the ass. And here's the thing: I went to one of the churches, and they didn't always have enough space for us. One time I got let in, and they were like, "Hey, did you already get your mat?" I was like, "Oh no, I didn't know I was supposed to. I didn't know I was supposed to choose." They're like, yeah, we just ran out of mats, so you're welcome to get some dinner, but hey, you can't sleep here tonight." I was like, what? It was snowing outside. It was so cold that night that the condensation from my breath froze on the inside of the glass in my car, and I was scraping it off so I could see out the car, but I was scraping it off the inside of the car. We didn't have tent cities with heaters in them for Americans, but they're building all this shit for them and putting them up literally in 5-star hotels in New York, right? It's mildly infuriating, dude. But for someone like me who's been homeless and knows what homeless people are going through nowadays, and those homeless people's ancestors fought in wars that gave us the freedoms that we have nowadays. Not to mention the veterans that are out there that don't want to get clean. You know what I mean? They don't want to get clean, so they're getting punished for it. They're not getting the resources. Are these people getting drug tested? Are they making sure they're coming through sober? I don't give a shit. But no, our people, they got to be sober to go on these programs to get taken care of. They got to be going, they have to abide by all these rules and shit. That's why they don't want to go in the programs. And I get it. I get that they need to go through the program. They need to get sober. At the same time, they need to agree with that. You know, they need to. Right? But why are we letting why are we holding these people to the same standards as people that we have here already, whose ancestors put in the work, not just in military work, but like to be in here and helping to grow America, to make it what it is. These people have nothing to do with that, and they're getting more than we get. People feel more sorry for them. A lot of people do, or it wouldn't be happening. A lot of the country still feels sorry for these people and wants this to happen. That's insane. They want something like that. Oh.
Atop a halted freight train in Mexico, a group of migrants heading for the US border sat waiting on Friday. The train stopped abruptly miles from the crossing amid the ongoing suspension of dozens of northbound trains over migrant safety fears. A Reuters witness said hundreds were aboard the stationary train in a desert-like area near Villa Ahumada, some 76 miles from the border town of Ciudad Juarez in the Mexican state of Chihuahua. Sasha Pacheco is one of them.
We asked the train driver, and he said that he would depart in 10 hours. They're treating us like animals. Why would they take us if they're going to do this to us? We're hungry, hot, thirsty. We're in the middle of the desert. There's not one tree. We want to get to the US. We're just an hour from our destination, but it would take a day walking with a baby.
She added that there were no alternatives.
Dude, they're like, I bought my ticket from the cartel. What the fuck, man?
Transport options from their current spot. Also on Friday, further east in the border city of Piedras Negras that sits opposite Eagle Pass in Texas, Venezuelan migrant Jose Julian said he too had been stranded while traveling aboard the cargo trains. He said that it took 3 days on foot to make it to the border. 60 northbound cargo trains run by Mexico's Ferromex were stopped last week after about half a dozen migrants suffered death or injury. The company later said it restarted some routes where there was no known heightened risk. Banners on the side of the train stopped in Villa Ahumada read, "Thank you, Ferromex," put up by migrants who had been initially.
Thanks, Biden, by the way. SOS USA. SOS USA. Save us. Save us. Thanks, Biden. Why the fuck? Get your flag off of there, people. It's like, oh my.
Grateful that the trains had begun the journey. Grupo Mexico, which owns
Venezuelan
Ferromex,
flag.
could not immediately be reached about the sudden train stoppage. Earlier in the day, a spokesperson said they had no additional updates to share about the exact number of trains still stopped. The stoppage of trains in the past week has caused around $1 billion worth of goods to be stuck at the border.
That would have
For
come
years,
here,
migrants trying to reach the United States have crisscrossed Mexico on cargo trains.
So,
collectively, such trains have become known as La Bestia, or the Beast, because of the risks of traveling by...
hey, look, that's what it looks like when they're coming in from Eagle Pass. That's what it looks like down in the water. They're keeping imports from coming into our country. That's another thing people aren't thinking about. When they're shutting down these trains, right? Or they're keeping us from being able to sell Mexico goods because those trains are coming here. They're the ones that come across that bridge. Apparently they get dropped off before that, though. Don't bring them all the way. Right? This is Eagle Pass here.
Trains have become known as La Bestia, or the Beast, because of the risks of traveling by rail.
Really? Man, we're giving them so much when they come here that they're willing to die, dude, on a train. Because they're pretty much winning the American lottery, immigrant lottery. We're giving them so much stuff, dude. It's, man, it's crazy. Everybody's just at work. They're not paying any attention to this shit. They go to work. They think it's all a lie. It's all propaganda from the right. Whoa.
Hollywood, a row of cypress trees goes up in flames and spread to a nearby apartment building. Take a look.
Look out! Look out!
You hear it there, onlookers shouting to clear the area before fire crews arrived on scene to take control. This all unfolding just after 10 o'clock last night along Waring Avenue, right near Highland Avenue. Thankfully, there were firefighters there and they were able to put out those flames very quickly. because clearly they engulfed those flames and started spreading to hotspots in the area.
Damn,
They were able to douse a few
are
of those hotspot fires on the roof of the apartment.
made
One
of
person was
cotton.
injured and taken to the hospital in unknown condition. The cause of this fire is under investigation.
They look green. Man. Oh, I sprayed that tree with something, man. Oh. That's kind of scary, dude. I wonder if my tree can go up that quickly. Pretty green. Oh, it'll impact Hawaii heavily. Also, why are they showing the Navy ship?
The U.S. House and Senate.
Because the military's not going to get paid, and Hawaiian Island has a lot of military on it, mostly military. Different bases, Navy, Army. There's Marines. I think that might be it. Coast Guard. I think that might be it, though.
Have just over 24 hours to come together to prevent the government
But there are two
shutdown,
Army bases.
but it's not looking promising. What could this mean for folks here in the islands? Christy Tomashiro reports.
Impacts of a government shutdown would be felt right here at home in Hawaii, especially for thousands of federal workers who will likely be furloughed. Over 70,000 people in Hawaii are on the federal payroll and would be forced to work without pay. That includes 1,199 TSA agents and 113 air traffic controllers. TSA says a shutdown could lead to longer waits and travel delays. The Hawaii Department of Transportation does not expect any impacts to operations at airports, commercial harbors, or highways, but says it may see some delays in reimbursements for federal aid projects. Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam said non-essential civilian personnel.
Hickam, dumb shit. You see it every time you go in and out of the port in Pearl Harbor. Hickam is on the right when you come in and on the left when you're going out. It's beautiful. I don't know how I forgot about that. They got Air Force Base.
Like administrative staff and accountants would likely be furloughed, but essential uniform personnel may continue to work, receiving their full paycheck on October 13th.
The government shutdown will have negative consequences for millions of Americans, not just in disaster relief, but on every aspect of their lives all across our country.
The Department of Interior says a lapse in government funding would close National Park Service sites. It could also lead to park rangers being furloughed. Hawaii Volcanoes National Park says it's still working on specifics, but it hopes that a lapse in funding does not happen. Meanwhile, the Hawaii Food Bank is preparing for a worst-case scenario.
They don't know that food.
What we did is we have
Start going to the food
updated
bank,
and made sure
man.
that everything is ready. If anybody goes to hawaiifoodbank.org/help, they will see all of the food assistance and distribution sites, food pantries, meal providers that are available.
The State Department of Health says Hawaii WIC will send out communication to inform participants that it'll be business as usual. WIC is intended to help low-income pregnant and postpartum women. Meanwhile, the State Department of Human Resources tells me over 156,000 resident SNAP benefits will be protected for the month of October. As far as Maui relief efforts, Senator Mazie Hirono says the Senate is pushing forward resolutions that includes disaster relief that will continue work on Maui. Reporting from Honolulu, Christy Tomashiro, K22.
Yeah, but last year the government actually did shut down, right? Or no, it was 2020 or something. Sometimes they shut down, dude. It's not just theater. Sometimes it'll shut down for a month or something. So, and if that does happen, it will have repercussions. People are going to feel it. So we're not guaranteed because of the border being the way it is, it really could happen this time. I really see it as possibly happening because we've seen it, man. We've been watching this border thing for years, and something's got to give. They got to do it, dude. The cities. I mean, we were watching what's going on everywhere, and the cities are breaking. New York is breaking. Chicago, we're not doing so bad out here yet, but Chicago and New York in particular are breaking. They can't keep taking in people. And it's about to get cold in both places. It's not going to work. Even with the tent city, I don't see that working because those people aren't going to want to go outside to work in cold weather. That's not what they're used to. Like, and it's not like a just because they don't like it. The body takes time to acclimate to cold weather. When you're used to living in a tropical environment, what's cold to a New Yorker is going to be brutal to someone that's from Venezuela. It's interesting, man. I remember because, like, I grew up in Memphis, then I moved to San Diego, then I moved to Hawaii, but then I moved to Colorado. That shit hurt, dude. I was not ready for that. and there were people that were from there. They were out there working in the oil field with their shirt off. Like it wasn't nothing. And they grew up there. So to think that these people are just going to be able to pick up a construction job in Chicago and be like ding 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 like it ain't nothing. Nah, dude, they're going to be hurting. They're not going to want to be doing that shit. You think their youth are any more hard-headed than our youth? They got the same social media bullshit, dude. They're coming here with the phone in their hand. That's how they're coming here. They learn about all the routes and shit. Hey, you ready? Our newest booty. Got a booty? Oh, I don't have a button. I'm sorry. Button for you. Ours are pretty entitled, so are theirs, dude. They're coming here with their hands out. I'm pretty sure that's just as entitled as ours. They're coming here expecting everything to be given to them. Ours don't even really do that, do they? They expect to have a shelter, food, a phone, a little bit of money. We're their parents. The American people are the parents to the youngsters that are coming in here by themselves, married, 18 years old, married with a kid in the belly and one in their hand half the time. Now we're their parents. Gonna take care of them with the WIC. Gonna take care of the kids. Gonna probably put them through college later because there's some kind of first generation immigrant bullshit going on at that time. They get a free grant to go. Everything's paid for. They don't have to pay it back. Watch it happen.
Question, is it appropriate for law enforcement to monitor social media to prevent and solve crimes? I ask because here in Philadelphia this week, parts of the city were ransacked by widespread smash and grab looting. The thieves targeted clothing and sneaker shops, high-end stores, wine and spirits shops, pharmacies, and an Apple store. Police say the agitators organized their plans on social media. Among the more than 50 folks arrested was an influencer, Deja Blackwell, known as Meatball. According to police, she live-streamed the ransacking and broadcast which stores...
Yeah, here's what's actually kind of crazy about this, because the guy that was killed with this incident was Mexican. But, yeah, it's kind of apparent that most of the looters are African-American. Seeing a pattern with that one.
...to loot.
Let's go, Philly.
AKA black people love stealing shit. I said it. They love stealing shit. I think that black people love stealing shit more than any other race. Is that racist? Is that racist to say that? I'm just going off the numbers though. Are numbers racist? And I say shit in a way like because they literally steal the dumbest shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're stealing hoodies. White people, they steal expensive shit. Like, they do stuff like Sam Friedman with the FTX. They just take the money straight out your account. They do it they just get out there and it's like they just got that new jacket now.
We trying bitch. We going 52nd Street.
It's unintelligent stealing. It doesn't take any brains to go and rip a door off and
She was later arrested
grab
after what the
something.
Philadelphia Inquirer dubbed a digital cat and mouse game with police. She now faces 8 charges, including criminal conspiracy and riot. She declined CNN's request for comment, but later told a local TV station that her lawyer had advised her not to do interviews. What happened in Philadelphia isn't a lone incident, not a one-off. Cities across the country are working to combat organized retail crime and performance crime, where perpetrators often brag about their actions on social media. With more people posting crimes publicly online or using social media as a criminal tool, police departments are stressing the importance of ramping up surveillance so that they can monitor accounts for threats or criminal activity. But they're facing stiff opposition from civil liberty advocates who say that it's just another way for the government to infringe on your right to privacy.
And dude, you know, if that happens, they're going to stop it. Everyone will stop streaming anything they're doing. So there goes that. But dude, they already are monitoring it out here. Probably in California, I think they're already monitoring so that they know when there's going to be them smash and grabs by the mobs. Hopefully they are. They should at least monitor that. But just like, I don't know what they mean. How would they monitor it? Maybe someone's titles. They gotta already be doing that, dude. How else did they find her?
Take Boston as just one example. In 2016, the city wanted to spend $1.4 million to beef up its social media monitoring, but kicked it down the road after backlash from the ACLU, who said that it would chill free speech and could target communities already subjected to extra scrutiny, including Muslims and people of color. New York has ramped up their monitoring, even signing a contract with a company that uses AI to monitor online behavior. And in 2021, a public records request by the Brennan Center found the Los Angeles Police Department authorizes its officers to engage in extensive surveillance of social media without internal monitoring of the nature or effectiveness of the searches. The LAPD responded by saying that it works to keep residents safe and is committed to protecting their privacy rights as we confront the challenge every day. With me now to discuss is Faiza Patel, the Senior Director of the Liberty and National Security Program at the Brennan Center for Justice. Thank you so much for being here. To me, it seems natural, intuitive, logical that law enforcement would be following the social media accounts of individuals they know or suspect are involved in this kind of activity. And if they say, you know, we're headed to the Apple store on Walnut Street, police ought to be there to meet them. What am I getting wrong?
You're not getting anything wrong. It's just that's not that's not the only thing that police use social media for, and that's the problem. So if you think about investigating a crime, for example, right? You know of some kind of criminal ring that is posting things on social media that might be relevant to your investigation. Of course, the cops should be able to look at that. If you know that there is a protest or a demonstration organized somewhere, and the cops want to know, well, how many people do we need to have out there? You know, what is the potential that things might get out of hand? What is our resource allocation? Absolutely. You need to be able to look at social media to do that. Unfortunately, because the rules are so lax, police also use social media to monitor protest movements. You mentioned the Boston Police Department's attempt to buy, a $1.4 million contract for social media monitoring. Why did it get derailed? In part because evidence came out that the BPD was actually monitoring Black Lives Matter hashtags, as well as what they called hashtag Muslim Lives Matter and other political, religious, and racial protest categories. The same thing is true with the LAPD. It's not that we were worried that they're going to be using it to solve crimes. We were worried because we found evidence that they were using it to monitor protest activities. So
what if there's overlap between the two?
What's that?
Faiza, what if there's overlap between the two in the examples that you articulated, or in a hypothetical where, okay, there's a group that seemingly is involved in some social justice profile, but there's reason to believe that there'll be trouble afoot from some of its members. Then what?
Then I think you do have the ability to monitor in that context, but you have to have rules around it. And I think that's where most police departments fall down, which is that the rules that they have are very permissive. They're just like, oh, social media monitoring is useful. You're allowed to do it. But in fact, if you're monitoring for public safety purposes, say, to figure out what resources you need at a protest, or where you might be afraid that there might be some violence, then once that protest is done, you don't need to keep that data anymore. You don't need to be creating dossiers on activists and protesters, right? So it's really a question of how to make sure that police can use social media as an effective crime-fighting tool, but not use it to infringe on people's First Amendment rights.
You're reminding me of a recent. I'm on the fly here, but I think I'm right.
Okay.
That within the last couple of years, there was a Supreme Court case. Tell me if you think that this is fair for comparison. And it said that if Faiza Patel is driving down the street, law enforcement can follow you as you go about your business in public. Yeah. But in order to place a GPS tracker on your car, there's going to have to be a showing and a warrant. So how does that compare to this? Because like this individual who's been charged in Philadelphia with 185,000 Instagram followers, is very publicly, allegedly, making the case, here's where we should go, here's what we want to hit next. And so in my analysis, that's the case of law enforcement following you down the street. They shouldn't need to do anything. They should be able to follow her like any of the other nearly 200,000 people.
So I think one of the things to understand about surveillance technology over the last couple of decades is that it has changed dramatically, right? When we used to think about surveillance, we would think about wiretaps, right? I call you, and if the police want to listen in, they need to get a warrant. Now what we're looking at more and more is public surveillance, right? Which is the ability of technology to track people generally without their knowing, through cell phone, GPS, those kinds of technologies. Social media falls in a slightly different place because in those instances, you're not actively trying to reveal your location to anybody. You're just walking down the street, right? Whereas social media, you're actually putting information out there. So I think it is reasonable to allow police access to social media, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we have protections in place so that that access is not used to monitor protesters and people who are,
I get it. Let me just cite by way of example and put this up on the screen. It's from the Philadelphia Inquirer this week about what just went on here, blocks from where I'm seated. I mean, this was some of what was being said in social media. What time we going, quote unquote, shopping? We looting or not? I know they say tearing up our stuff ain't right, but that's the only way they hear us. I mean, I'm just hoping that there's a cop with a smartphone in a police van, on patrol, who is also following this and saying, aha, here's where we need to go next. You get the final word. What did you most want to say in 30 seconds?
I think that social media monitoring can be a useful tool for fighting crime. But I think it's really, really important that police departments have clear standards and safeguards so that that tool is not turned against Americans exercising their First Amendment rights.
Faiza Patel, thank you so much for being
The clock is ticking, and we are less than 18 hours away from the U.S. government shutting down. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's last-ditch stopgap bill failed last night.
Yeah, he says aid for Ukraine proved to be a major sticking point. You're taking a live look at Capitol Hill, where House GOP leadership says further votes are expected later today. But it's not clear what the chamber will vote on, and House Republicans aren't in agreement. So if there's a shutdown, only essential government employees will still be clocking in.
Without getting paid, of course. And that's got some cybersecurity officials on high alert.
13 and a half
CNN's
hours
Sean
from
Lingus
now.
explains how the government is already preparing to make sure we are as protected as possible.
U.S. officials are wary of the potential impact that a government shutdown could have on their ability to defend against cyber attacks from criminals and state actors alike. The U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, one of the main agencies for cyber defense, is set to furlough up to 80% of its employees. Now, that could have an impact on the agency's ability to test the networks of hospitals and schools and other critical infrastructure that they help to defend. U.S. officials tell me they have contingency plans in place in which they're using the skeleton staff that they have to help try to defend networks. However, they are very concerned about the long-term and medium-term effect that this could have on their ability to recruit new talent to their agencies in a field that is sorely lacking in qualified personnel. I'm Sean Lingus in Washington.
All right, Sean Lingus, thank you. So the outlook for Homeland Security employees is pretty grim. The department says nearly 3/4 of its workforce will have to work without pay. And that could leave us less safe as a result. Here now is CNN senior national security analyst and former assistant DHS Secretary Juliette Kayyem, the perfect person to talk to this morning. Thank you so much for getting up with us. So Juliette, I mean, I first want to get your reaction because you worked in the government. You know that this is something that lawmakers are very aware of, that this deadline, this fiscal deadline comes up every year at this time. We're in a very extraordinarily polarized situation right now. I mean, is this frustrating for you to see this play out again?
Absolutely. I actually was furloughed at one of these during the Clinton administration, and you're required to work. You're not getting paid. It is frustrating. It is scary. I didn't have kids at the time. It is, you know, you need life to go on, be able to pay the bills, and yet you're being required to work. So it is distracting, it is frustrating. It's also, there's like a, you know, it's like a value. People value their work, and we show value through committing to a budget process. That's Congress's job. It's the House majority's job to get a budget. And so all of those things will factor into essentially you know, mood and commitment and focus, which is most important in the national security arena.
So tell us how this makes our national security more vulnerable.
Well, I mean, one is, so I'm looking at the number here. At last count, 185,000 people will still be working for DHS, but not getting paid. So all the issues around the stress, the distraction, the frustration of telling employees to keep their job, they have to pay, but we're not required to work, but we're not required to pay you is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's absurd, because this goes to things like border enforcement, maritime security, aviation security. The second batch we should focus on is, of course, the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is overseen by DHS, but it's a military asset. The Coast Guard will be required, Coast Guard personnel will be required to still work, not get paid. And then here's the wrinkle for them. Because they have military status, they also cannot apply for unemployment benefits. And that's different than government civilian workers. So they're literally stuck.
They get back pay, though?
The third piece, of course, is related to disaster management. You were just doing a segment on New York. The disaster management apparatus to pay funds, to satisfy claims, to get homeowners and those who are victims the money and support that they need will be lacking. So
yeah, especially when they're in dire straits right now, right? Because we heard that from Deanne Criswell, right? That with all these disasters that's happened this year, they are running out of money. Let's focus on border security for a moment, because we know there's so many agencies that fall within DHS, one of which is the Customs and Border Protection. So border security is going to be impacted by this, obviously, as you said. House Republicans, as you know, they're demanding that border security be a part of any package. Yet if they fail to coalesce around any kind of measure or a stopgap bill, the government's going to shut down. And ironically, you're going to have, 19,000 Border Patrol agents who won't get paid. What does this mean then? What exactly will happen at the border if the government shuts down?
So I think this idea that if we just paid, the Republicans are promoting that if we just pay border agents, everything will be fine at DHS. The border security is a bunch of different agencies, state, local, federal, tribal, international, that are working together to try to minimize the threat at the border and have a lawful process of border controls. You can't just say, okay, well, this little piece, if we just pay them, everything will be fine. I think it shows a lack of sophistication by the Republicans about how border security works, because border security isn't just about border enforcement. It's about getting 1 million people across the U.S.-Mexico border every single week lawfully. And so they focus on this little piece as if that little piece it will solve the problem. And also, let's just say this again. One should not ask people to work without taking on your responsibility as the House majority certainly knows it's their responsibility to pay them for that work. This is not fair to the hundreds of thousands of employees who are going to essentially be stopped. They have to work. They cannot get supplemental income, and they won't get paid.
And obviously, this could also lead to longer lines when it comes to the airports, right? Because TSA also falling.
Government down over Ukraine, shame on you. Gentleman's time is expired. Members are advised to direct their comments to the chair.
I could tell there was something that was getting heated right there. I'm rewinding this.
We have had 15 minutes to review a 71-page document, a document that was filed before midnight last night. There hasn't been any time for staff to review a 71-page document on such an important issue that we are facing. It demonstrates a lack of responsibility, a lack of a willingness to have a bipartisan agreement on a continuing resolution. I rise in strong opposition to the bill. The day before the government shuts down, and the majority is still throwing anything that they can at the wall to see if anything sticks. House Republicans have already proven that they cannot and they will not pass a continuing resolution on their own, even one with outlandish spending cuts that could never pass the Senate or be signed into law. A bipartisan, a bicameral solution is the only way forward. I worked on these efforts. Last December,
thanks for the heads up.
And House Republicans at that time decided not to participate. But with the Senate Republicans, with Senator Shelby and Senator Leahy, we hammered out a budget for 2023. The Speaker knows the bipartisan Senate continuing resolution would easily garner a majority in this House of Representatives. Yet, he refuses to let it go to the floor of the House. What is he afraid of? So what are we trying instead? Well, yesterday, Republicans voted to defund our support for our allies in the Middle East, including a $1 billion cut to Israel, a further cut to Jordan. That did not work, so today the target is Ukraine. And despite the fact that it is the majority's will, demonstrated several times this week, to provide support for Ukraine's self-defense, the Biggs Amendment that would strike all Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative funds from the defense bill failed, 104 to 330. The Gates Amendment that would have prohibited all funding for Ukraine in the defense bill failed, 93 to 339. A Green Amendment to prohibit assistance to Ukraine in the State and Foreign Operations bill failed, 90 to 342. And this body voted to separately fund Ukraine after it was stripped from the defense bill in the darkness of night, and that was 311 to 117. Mr. Speaker, the appeasement strategy of the far right does not have majority support in this body. Standing with our allies does have support here, which is tried and true American patriotism, American justice, American view, and their values for freedom and the fight for democracy. That's who we are. That's what we are about. And those who would do otherwise, shameful in bringing down the United States of America and its support for those people who seek freedom in our world today. The Department of Defense officials recently sent letters to the four corners of the Congress. Undersecretary McCord writes, and I quote, "Without additional funding now, we would have to delay or curtail assistance to
20
meet
years
Ukraine's
younger.
urgent requirements, including for air defense and ammunition that are critical and urgent now as Russia prepares to conduct a winter offensive and continues its bombardment of Ukrainian cities, end quote. But then he continues, delays to additional funding would also be perceived by Ukraine as a sign of wavering U.S. support and likely a betrayal of our previous commitments. Allies and partners are also unlikely to sustain their increased level of support without clear, continuing U.S. leadership. As you know, Secretary Austin successfully engages over 50 nations every month to press for sustained support. It is crucial that the United States continues to lead this global coalition. Lead. The United States should lead. And we need the resources to underwrite our leadership role.
Why
end quote.
should we lead
House Republicans
Ukraine?
have shown that they are unwilling and they are unable to govern. Some have shown they are willing and they are able to abandon our allies. It is time for this body, for my Republican colleagues, to abandon the Gates strategy or the Green strategy and try, as we have in the past, for a bipartisan strategy that we all know will ultimately conclude the shutdown and fully fund the United States government. A shutdown will hurt families and farmers, children and service members at a time when families are living paycheck to paycheck. Let us keep the U.S. government open. Let us proceed with a bipartisan, bicameral agreement, and as been proposed by the United States Senate, and let us continue to support Ukraine's fight for freedom. Mr. Speaker, let's get to work. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentlelady from Texas.
I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes. Thank you. Would the gentlelady from Connecticut yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you support the Senate version of a CR?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Strongly support the Senate version.
Okay. So the difference between the Senate version and this version is that this version does not include Ukraine funding. So are you telling me that you would shut down the government if there's not Ukraine funding?
I might just say to you that maybe you have had the chance to read 71 pages. This bill doesn't extend the authority to help Ukrainian refugees.
Reclaiming my time.
Of course reclaiming my time.
Reclaiming my time. Gentleman from New York, thank you.
The floor.
Today, on the last day before a potential government shutdown, Speaker McCarthy will be putting a
What?
45-day clean.
Wait. You could just be like, yeah, no, never mind. Fuck you. I don't want to hear your answer. I'm reclaiming my time. And she has to shut up.
Disaster relief
We've
on the
seen
floor.
that
I will
before.
vote in support of this legislation so that we can keep the United States government funded and open while we finish our appropriations bills. Anyone, Democrats or Republicans who vote against a clean CR with disaster relief is voting to shut the government down. Whether it is Ukraine funding, securing the border, or reducing spending, all of which I support, it will have to be negotiated during the appropriations process. All of us have a responsibility to lead and to govern. In a divided government, none of us will get everything we want. To shut the government down would be disastrous for the American people, our military, and our economy. The time has come for everyone to put the American people above all interests and continue to do our work as responsible, reasonable, and serious legislators. For anyone to vote no on this bill, they are voting to shut the government down. And if you're saying that you support the Senate CR, but you don't support this one, the only difference is Ukraine. And if you're telling the American people with a straight face that you will shut the American government down over Ukraine, shame on you. Gentleman's time is expired. Members are advised to direct their comments to the chair. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I find it very strange indeed that there is no mention of several things, at least preliminarily, which we have looked at in this bill. There are many changes between this bill, as the gentleman asked me, and the Senate bill. There are many changes. The gentleman from New York should understand that there are many changes between this bill and the Senate bill. Here is one that I believe the majority will not mention. They amend the Senate bill to give themselves a pay raise. A pay raise. It's there. Yeah, you can look at me, you can smile, but what you did was you amended the Senate bill to give yourselves a pay raise, while you have threatened day in and day out service members, you have threatened workers across this country, and you've said to them, we don't really care about you and whether or not you can support your family. We don't care about that. No, we mainly care about ourselves and our pay raise. And you know, it pretty is true to form with what the American people thinks about members, but they should know which members are willing to give them up in their own self-interest for a pay raise. It is despicable. You are about to shut the government down. But ours, before you do so, you give yourself a pay raise. It's pathetic.
Yes. The chair will remind the members in this chamber, as a matter of decorum, direct your comments to the chair.
Will do.
And heed the gavel. Gentlelady may resume. Gentlelady reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from Texas.
I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
With hours to go before the potential shutdown of this federal government, we are posed with a single question. Vote yes to continue to provide services and support to our military, to our defense, to our communities, to law enforcement, or vote no and shut the government down.
Oh, you don't like it
That's
too?
the question. And being told, by the way, for years that during the pandemic with the government shut down, that somehow people should just sort of fend for themselves. Being told for years how great that was. We have an opportunity in this very moment to confront what is a real crisis for real people. Keep the government functioning. Continue to focus on appropriations. Drive down federal spending. But meet the needs and the expectations of the American people today. Vote yes to keep the government open. Vote no to shut the government down. I, on behalf of my constituents, will be voting yes to keep this government functioning. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut.
If I might, I'd like to read a letter that was sent by the Undersecretary of Defense, Michael McCord. And the letter was sent to the Speaker of the House, as well as to the Senate majority and minority leaders, and it is just addressed to Leader Jeffries. I write to express the Department of Defense's deep concern with the absence of security assistance funding for Ukraine in the continuing resolution being considered in the House, or any similar continuing resolution that might be proposed. The Department of Defense is anxious to avoid a lapse in appropriations, but it is important that a CR protect our security interests and uphold our commitments and our values. As you know, the Department has been providing vital security assistance to Ukraine since Russia's unprovoked invasion in February 2022. Thanks to the bipartisan support of the Congress, it is just as vital today that we continue that support. Today, DoD has exhausted nearly all available security assistance funding for Ukraine. We are already out of funding for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, one of the 2 security assistance tools we have. The other funding tool we need are those funds provided to replenish our military's inventories for the weapons and supplies we provided to support Ukraine in their fight via drawdown. We have only $1.6 billion remaining of the $25.9 billion that the Congress has provided. We have already been forced to slow down the replenishment of our own forces to hedge against an uncertain funding future. Our own forces. Failure to replenish our military services on a timely basis could harm our military's readiness. Without additional funding now, we would have to delay or curtail assistance to meet Ukraine's urgent requirements, including for air defense and ammunition that are critical and urgent now as Russia prepares to conduct a winter offensive and continues its bombardment of Ukrainian cities. For example, a lack of USAI funding now will delay contracting actions that could negatively impact the department's ability to purchase essential additional 150mm artillery and critical munitions essential for the success of Ukraine's armed forces. This ammunition is critical to sustaining Ukraine's armed forces, including for their ongoing counteroffensive. An inability to ensure timely procurement and deliveries could undermine essential Ukrainian operations to retake additional territory or defend against potential future Russian offensives. It would also affect our ability to support Ukraine's land forces, including obstacle breaching equipment, sustainment of previously provided small unmanned aerial systems, systems to detect, analyze, and locate adversary signals, and demolitions equipment. It would affect training, maintenance, and sustainment of the equipment we have previously provided, exportability efforts, spare parts, and other activities to ensure the Ukrainian armed forces receive a full capacity. A funding cutoff would also send a negative signal to our defense industrial base, which we have asked to step up munitions production across the country, resulting in increased defense capability, capacity, and higher employment. We cannot afford to throw that progress away. In fact, we are counting on it to implement our national defense strategy. It is important to note that from workers supporting Stinger and AMRAM manufacturing in Arizona to factories producing components for Patriot, Interceptors, and GMLRS in Arkansas, this funding is strengthening the American economy and creating hundreds of new American jobs. Some have suggested that the department could still execute the mission and support Ukraine's needs if it were given permission to transfer.
She sounds like an auctioneer at this point. Whoa, she can read pretty fast.
Transfer funds from inside a short-term CR from our own needs to fund more security assistance. I want to be clear. The department does not support that approach, which will create unacceptable risk to us. Under a CR, the department will be operating at a level approximately $25 billion below our budget request for fiscal year 2024, which was and is consistent with the Fiscal Responsibility Act of funding levels. The bottom line is we cannot sustain adequate levels of Ukraine assistance with transfer authority only. Delays to additional funding would also be perceived by Ukraine as a sign of wavering U.S. support and likely as a betrayal of our previous commitments. Allies and partners are also unlikely to sustain their increased level of support without clear, continuing U.S. leadership. As you know, Secretary Austin successfully engages over 50 nations every month to press for sustained support. It is crucial that
Bro, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, if we don't give money, they're gonna stop gold. Did they want their fucking country to be invaded? We have to protect them and they're not gonna protect themselves? That's so fucking stupid.
Continues to lead this global coalition, and we need the resources.
Well, they're gonna try to move into.
The department appreciates your leadership on this vital matter. And
they're gonna jump shit on their country because we're not protecting them anymore, and they're gonna try to move in with us.
For defense.
Fuck out of here with that dumb shit.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentlelady from Texas.
Fuck you, lady.
I yield to the gentleman from New
Ugly
York,
ass hair.
Mr. Despito. Sorry, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate the eloquent remarks from my colleague from
Make Europe
Connecticut,
protect its
I'm
fucking
from New York.
self.
And today we ask ourselves a very
Not our
basic question.
problem anymore.
Are
We
we
do
voting
what we
and
can.
supporting to keep the United States of America open, to make sure our government moves forward, or are we drawing the line in the sand, putting Ukraine over the greatest country in the world, the United States of America? My colleague from Connecticut also mentioned...
Fuck Ukraine.
15 minutes
I'm starting a new club.
I find it
Fuck
startling
Ukraine
that you
club.
need more than just seconds to make a vote in support of keeping this government and supporting the United States of America. This is not, today, a Democrat issue. It is not a Republican issue. This is an American issue. And today we should all stand on this floor and support this continuing resolution and keeping this government open.
Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I speak to the issue of Ukraine, I thought I might read the American citizens the 27th Amendment to the Constitution. No law varying the compensation for the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. Now, if you're watching this, I'm sorry that you don't have something better to do on a Saturday, but you need to know who's telling you the truth and who's not telling you the truth. Recently, you heard my colleague from Connecticut tell you that the Republican bill has
beach right now, man, if I want
It's simply not true. And if it did, it would be unconstitutional. And if the Senate bill changes the compensation for members of Congress, then it too is unconstitutional. Again, the 27th Amendment, word for word, no law varying the compensation for the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. They are simply grasping at straws. They have intended to shut down the government from the start. With regard to Ukraine funding, I'm on the Armed Services Committee. I also happen to be on the Intelligence Committee, and I support the mission in Ukraine. But it's not a U.S.-led mission. It is a mission that the United States is participating in, and this continuing resolution will not do anything to hinder what the United States is doing with regard to Ukraine. We need to vote for this continuing resolution. We need to keep the United States government open. We need to keep the DoD funded and our soldiers funded, and disregard totally what you're hearing from the other side. They are grasping at straws, making excuses, and telling flat-out lies about member compensation as an excuse to vote against this piece of legislation. Let's keep the government open. Vote for this bill.
Yeah, she didn't give any exacts on that member compensation.
Member compensation as an excuse to vote against this piece of
She
legislation.
didn't say exactly what she meant by that, giving them a raise.
From Connecticut.
Continue to reserve.
She continues to reserve. Gentlelady from Texas.
Sir.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from Texas with 10 minutes remaining.
I yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we deal with a lot of complicated issues in this House. This is not one of them. Let's be very clear. 12 hours from now, the federal government shuts down if we don't act. This bill will fund the federal government for 45 days with a clean continuing resolution with just the addition of disaster funding. That's all this is. Let's not get too complicated. We are out of time. We either vote yes to keep the federal government open, or we will shut the government down. Again, this is not very complicated. We either vote to keep the government open by voting yes, or vote no and take responsibility for shutting down the federal government. This could not be simpler. This could not be easier. The American people are wise and they get it. It's hard to believe that some members of Congress would be confused on something so easy. I yield back.
Back. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentlelady from Texas.
I yield to the gentleman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 2 minutes.
Gentlelady from Iowa is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my colleague for yielding to me. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this continuing resolution to responsibly keep the government open for 45 days. Shutting down the government should be a last resort. My priority has always been to protect and represent my constituents to the best of my ability, and I cannot justify shutting down our entire government over obscure policy decisions. Government shutdowns have real consequences on American lives. You know, my dad was an enlisted master sergeant in the Air Force. My mom had a GED. They both worked. My dad often extra jobs on the weekend. I grew up watching my dad at the kitchen table calculate how long it would take to mail a bill so that the bill would get there after his one single paycheck a month came in. Every single month I watched that. He knew exactly how many days it took. A lapse in pay for these individuals means going without food. These are real people that would be affected by the political games both sides in Washington are playing. To our nearly 10,000 hardworking Iowans in our district who work for the federal government and are out of work, from heads of department to law enforcement officers to cafeteria workers, to the Iowa National Guard men and women who are protecting our southern border, I want to assure you that I will remain steadfastly committed to keeping the government open, because at the end of the day, I know your bills are still due. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back her time. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I will continue to reserve.
She continues to reserve. Gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the chairman of the Legislative Branch Subcommittee on Appropriations, which has very specific jurisdiction over member pay, I just want to say plainly and unambiguously, in the 70 pages in this thing, directly or indirectly, there is nothing that will lead to a member pay raise. That will be next week, where it is appropriately considered on the floor in terms of cost of living or other things on the floor. Yes, I will.
Thank you very, very much, my friend. I appreciate it. I would make reference to page 7 of the 71-page document. And in the Senate bill, I might add, they include a line that says that the Senate bill includes the blocking or the prohibition on a member pay raise. That has been dropped from the bill that has just been proposed.
Well,
so in fact,
reclaiming my time, reclaiming my time.
Gentleman
with all
controls
due
his time.
respect, the definition of a CR is you go forward. There is nothing to block in going forward with last year's. That language still applies. Thank you, good morning, and God bless America.
I think the gentleman yielded back his time. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I'm proud to yield 3 minutes to the Democratic whip, Congresswoman Clark.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the ranking member. We've just received a 71-page bill that is about keeping open our federal government, something that Democrats have been pushing for months. We are asking for 90 minutes to be able to read this bill and come to the floor with an informed vote. That has been denied. We have serious trust issues. So at this point in time, I am making a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
There's no way
In the
they'll
opinion of the
adjourn.
chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair,
Let's
I
count
ask for
'em.
a call of the yeas and nays.
Let's take
Yeas and nays are
15
requested.
minutes
Those favoring
to
a vote by
count
the
'em.
yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
I knew it. Called it. A 15-minute break for everybody. They've been doing so much this morning. Gotta go get some coffee. Bro, they all damn well know they're not going home right now. This is a total waste of time for a 15-minute break. Simon keeps tucking his nose into my arm. Like, burying his nose. Oh, you got cold nose, Simon. Feels wet. He's pressing it in my arm. He's like snuggling with his nose in my arm. Not meowing anymore. He just either wants food or lap. One of the two. If he can't get the food, he wants the lap. He's not like this all day though. Oh man, it makes me sleepy when he starts falling asleep all out. Like I feel him drifting off. I need my arm, bro. How wet it is, too. Anything to be concerned with. For cold. Look how few people are in there ready to vote. Out of 368 people, that's how many are in there. And we could have a government shutdown within 12 hours. Can we just fire all of them and start over? Except for the ones that are there. Everybody else are fired. You went to go piss? Okay, we might make an exception for you. Waiting proof that you just peed though. Look, even she's still in there. Purple hair. The ones that are in there, I give them a pass. Do they not know that we can look and see that they're not doing anything? That's like it. Like, I'm just imagining myself having the equivalent of like 50,000 bosses, because those are the voters, right? You probably have more than that though. So you got 50,000, 200,000 people in your district or whatever, and knowing that all of those people could be just watching to see if you're in there and what you're doing, and you're MIA all day. The government's supposedly about to shut down, like it's weird, dude. I don't even care. They expect us to take it like so serious, but they don't even seem to be. Theoretically, would all of those seats be filled if everybody was there? I don't know how many seats are in there. Oh, the new PopCon, exclusive PopCon. Look at that, it's the newest one there. I kind of like last year's more though. Hard to see, hold on. That's right. Let's do it. Got a little purple in there, it's got a little blue. I'll put last year's on there that they gave me. I'll see if it's better. You can barely even see the purple, but that's purple. Kind of moving around. A lot of purple. They're too bright or not bright enough at all times. Alright, so I go to last year's PopCon. Like, PopCon's happening in LA. They're actually charging to get in this year too. I almost went last year, and it was going to be free, but I definitely wouldn't pay for it. This is last year's. It has like, oh, I need to crank it down a little bit. It's got like this pink at the bottom that kind of looks like it's liquid. It kind of moves around a little bit. Hard to tell on here, but I think last year's looked nicer. I used to even use it every now and then. There's piss jug. Oh, 4th of July. Let's get patriotic today with the Pepco. There we go. Oh man, I didn't assign it. I haven't done this in a while. Right. Why aren't any of the gays voting? Why did they see what I mean? About them completely wasting time. All them people said nay. I mean, said yay, that they wanted to leave for the day. And none of them are saying yay now on the vote. And the only reason why they're voting is because it was supposedly a close vote vocally, and by standing it was too close to call, and now it's a blowout. Why aren't the Democrats voting? Do they want this to last forever? Because now it's going to go overtime a little bit probably because of the lack of votes. Oh no, it shouldn't because it's a blowout, right? Hope it'll end at 0 and they'll be like, pop, pop, fuck down, let's get this thing on the road. Who is this lady? I I feel like it's their way of incorporating breaks into these things, really. They don't just be like, hey, can we have a break? I gotta take a leak. They know that the way the system's set up, if they do it certain ways, they're gonna get the break. Because of this antiquated system we have. Oh, what? Oh, that's probably going to be taken off. One of the Republicans, the only yay, yeah, I saw that. Bro, I'm starting to learn about this shit. Right? None of them are reading them or taking the time. I wonder. I mean, we got primarily Republicans in there at the moment, so maybe give them the benefit of doubt. That's where they're at right now, reading it as fast as they can. But that's wishful thinking. Dude, is this the old Long Beach? Long Beach mayor, I think. Like him. Robert Julio Garcia. Republican? I think he was, but now. Oh no, he's the mayor of Long Beach. Other mayor. Oh, he is a House representative. 42nd District. Incumbent. What's that mean? Holder of the office. Yeah, so what's the district? Like, there it is. Democrat. No, oh, he was a Republican at one point though, before 2007. Born in Lima, Peru. Is that him though? Oh, what's going on here?
This is the United States of America, damn it.
Oh man, dude, I wish Stream Elements wasn't doing that all the time with, and that it's running. Might need people. Yeah, it's not even posting any of the timers from it. All it's saying is it's pointing the chat over and over. I'm going to have to switch everything to a different bot apparently. Fuck, man. Not today though. The channel you're on, but their bot's working correctly. But they have a stream element spot that's working correctly. That's good to know if that's happening. We're on my end. Why would do that though? Days in a row. I might have to reach out to them on Discord. Get them to look into it. Dude, I lost my Streamlabs diamond rank that I gained through the PPC and all that shit. Like, I didn't realize I had to keep paying for the Prime Streamlabs package. It was like $150 a year to keep my points, to keep my legendaries, to keep my diamond status. I didn't know, man. I would have paid it because it was kind of worth it to have the status and the giveaway entries and the yearly gift and shit. I really didn't know it was just gonna go away. And then I looked into it even more, and if I were to rebuy it, I have to start over again. I'm like, what? Man, that's some bullshit, Streamlabs. I'm wrong for that. Like in a small print. I mean, like.
Does any member wish to change a vote?
I was thinking about it because I reached out to them on Discord for that, and they're like, yeah, here's the small print. Oh. Seven Democrats voted, or 8. And we still got the stragglers. There are people that are late voting still, and they had 15 minutes. Where's everybody coming from now? Look at this shit. Yeah, I want this view right now. I want to see how, like, what's happening with it filling up. What? Dude, she's going over each vote and verifying it. Man, fire all of them for fucking being okay with this dumb shit. Dude. What do you mean? It's 2:15 to nothing. It's 2:30. Why do you need to call it out? All it is we're not going home vote. Bro. A 30-minute break, not 15. It was 30 total because they gotta, read everybody's name out and then verify that they did know or yes, and somebody's gotta mark it in a book so it looks like it's the 1800s, like the quill pen. What's the point in doing it electronically if they're gonna go and read it all afterwards? Especially when it's a blowout. No one even voted the other direction. If anything, just list it on the side. Boom, this is who voted for what. Even as it's happening, maybe. This person has voted this. This person has voted this. "30-minute paid break. Just to vote on whether or not they should keep working for the day. What does press mean? Present? They don't want to vote? What? Was he a joker? You a fucking clown or something? I'm gonna press present. I don't want to vote. Can't make me vote. I'm here though. I'm watching. Can I turn this thing off already? Can I do it? Why? Can I do it? Boom. Put that bitch off, dog. But like some of them I can understand them reading it out since they don't list it. Some people are going to want to hear who what their congressman voted. But for something like this, when everybody voted nay, who gives a shit? Well, they're filling up now, dude. They all had their little lunch, little something. Is there a restaurant in that mall? Is there a restaurant inside that building? House, where are we at? House. Oh my gosh, what is this? Do they really? Capital Market, Members Dining Room, Longworth Cafe, Longworth 12. Oh, Dunkin' Donuts. Are these just the ones around it? Or is there actually one inside of it? There's that many. That'd be hilarious. They got like a whole mall up inside there. Whole food court. Members dining room. Okay, what is that? Members dining room. U.S. House of Representatives. U.S. Capitol. It is very cute. Ambiance is great. You can get more majestic location where the place was completely dead. One other table filled with what were there gave it a weird, unimportant feeling. It was delicious. I actually so. Congress was out of session, so we were able to book a reservation for lunch. What is this place? Anybody heard of it? House and Senate restaurants, current operations, dining facilities in the Capitol and in House and Senate office buildings provide an essential convenience for members of Congress and congressional staff, enabling them to easily obtain meals, beverages, and snacks and quickly return to work. By providing an efficient way to meet congressional dining needs during unpredictable work days, the restaurant system helps facilitate the legislative and representational work of Congress. These restaurants also provide spaces for constituents and other visitors to meet with staff and members of Congress or to purchase refreshments. House and Senate restaurant services are also available to provide catering to members of Congress when they host events on Capitol grounds. The restaurants remain a subject of ongoing congressional interest as many members and staff visit them on a daily basis. That's where they're going all the time. They don't just have one restaurant, they have multiple that are inside of there. Wow. Currently 10 dining areas and carryouts in the House of Representatives and the House office buildings are operated by Sodexo as part of the House Food Services. They also have vending machines throughout the place. Additional pop-up lunch options in the O'Neill House office building main lobby operate through a partnership with Fuda on certain weekdays, featuring foods from local restaurants. Well, that's lovely. The facilities operated under the House restaurant systems are listed in Table 1. With the arrival of Sodexo in 2015, the CAO announced several major changes to the House dining operations, including the following. For lunch and dinner, the members' dining room would replace a la carte service with a buffet. Well, hey. The introduction of an online system that allows users to pre-order their food items and pick them up in the Longworth cafeteria. Well, that's convenient. The replacement of some eateries with popular branded restaurant concepts. Ooh, fancy. Sounds pretty sweet. They definitely got an upgrade in 2015. I didn't know any of this existed, dude. Did you? You guys, you knew it. You had to know it. You guys are privy to this government stuff. I'm not. What? Oh, look what this happened here too. They were pissed off about some stuff, concerns about food quality, high prices, food service. Happened in 2017. They had a budget hearing about it. At the hearing, the CAO stated that the quality assurance surveillance team, comprised of 5 CAO employees, had been created to continually appraise contractor performance in a number of areas. According to the CAO, observations and feedback from the surveillance team during its first 2 months had led to some improvements in food quality and changes in restaurant management personnel. But here's the kicker. A new chef was brought in to the members' dining room and some table service was reintroduced in response to feedback. Oh, they wanted table service. Oh, that's nice. At least they got that. The waiters and waitresses. That's why they come straggling in slow as shit. They just all got done having their nice little meal all paid for by American people. I had no idea there were all these restaurants in there, dude. They didn't have to leave the building. Several branded restaurant concepts have been introduced to the House dining facilities, beginning with Dunkin' Donuts, Baskin Robbins in the Longworth House office building, and a Subway in the Rayburn House office building, which opened in 2016. In January 2018, a food service survey conducted within the House community by the CAO indicated strong desire for both cafeteria and branded food options. In the legislative branch, conference report for 2019 encouraged the CAO to continue exploring opportunities to add more branded concepts throughout the House restaurant system, beginning in 2018. Oh, this was the financial something for 2019. So yeah, it was a 2018 thing. But still, they want more brands. They give us Panera Bread. Beginning 2018, pop-up restaurants have been featured on a weekly basis in the Longworth cafeteria, offering food options from branded restaurant chains. 4 additional branded concepts have opened in the House dining in 2019. Rayburn Pizza, Bon Pain, and Cannon. It's some pizza place in Rayburn, Bon Pain and Cannon, Jamba and Longworth, Steaks and Shake in Rayburn. Legislative branch in 2018 Appropriations Conference report also directed the CAO to explore applying a branded option concept to the members' dining room in an effort to provide consistent service, better food selection, and quality food to the members and their guests. Do they have to pay for it though? How does this all work? Is it free or do they have to pay for it? Well, either way, America's paying for it. Why can't they take a damn bag lunch? You think our fucking forefathers had a restaurant? Think about it. Motherfuckers are spoiled out the frame. They're taking 30 fucking minutes to vote on whether or not to keep working, and the government could possibly shut down in 12 hours. If that doesn't make your blood boil a little bit, you're not American. Fuck out. Fuck out of here. Not to mention all the fucking people that supposedly were going to say yay to this. The reason why they're having this vote to begin with, because it was sounding like it was supposedly close or something. Oh, we gotta do the count because it might be close. Might be close. No one has voted in the opposition. No one's voted to actually leave. It was all just to go to lunch, dude. That's how I see it. Because you see anybody reading anything? Because the Dems said that they needed time to read through it. Is this all? I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at here, but I know I saw Bernie Sanders a second ago. So this isn't all Republicans. Why isn't Bernie reading up on it? Am I crazy? I mean, or why is this room so empty? There are 347 people that should be in there. 348 people. No. How many? What's the total of people that should be in this motherfucker, bro? More than that. 400 and something, right? 440, 420, 410. 417. They are free. Okay, yeah, that figures. Right? Yeah, who knows if they get some sort of a food allowance? They probably do. I mean, there are plenty of civilian jobs in the world to give a monthly food allowance, right? So it wouldn't be that crazy, would it? They have a government vehicle allowance and shit, don't they? Like a senator, don't they get given a government vehicle? They get given? Is that a thing? Get given? Because if a governor, I don't know, they might not be they're not as powerful as a governor actually, but this is actually taking longer than 30 minutes, dude. Look. That's when it started. That's 41 minutes ago. Actually, that started 42 minutes ago. 42 minutes for a 15-minute vote that shouldn't even be a vote. Stuff like this needs to be deleted out of our government, dude. Make these idiots eat bagged lunches. Make them actually work the entire time. You know? Eat while you're working, damn it. Fuck, be there at the damn desk eating your sandwich. That's how serious this shit should be. Like you're on a NASA expedition and they're about to land on the moon. You can't fucking go away. You gotta stay right here and figure the shit out. Am I stupid or something for thinking like this? They're making a big deal about people being out of pay, not being able to pay the rent, not being able to get their WIC, not being able to get their cheese, their milk, and all that shit. And these people are walking around with their hands in their pocket. And they don't understand, or people don't see how we're close to a civil war, though. They don't see that. The more people that see this is how our government is ran, the closer we get. This is why January 6th happened, because of this type of shit, dude. The internet's allowing people to see it more than they would have. Because you know what I mean? We got people out here working their asses off. You lucky to get, dude. I've had a job where they didn't even give us, like, what was it? They only gave us like 15 minutes for lunch or something, and I don't know, dude. It seemed illegal. Whatever they were doing with our breaks, like I didn't stay there very long. It was doing injection molding. I was a temporary work, and I did injection mold machine. It would make plastic parts before 3D printing. I don't know. They're probably still those plants though, because it's much faster than 3D printing. But yeah, they really being stingy with breaks all across the board, and to see like the workers like that, they bust their ass all day. They're doing whatever warehouse work or whatever the job is, man, where you're like, hey man, boss, can I get a break? And he's like, oh, we need to keep on it, man. Not yet, let's get on it. And these people, the way they do this, man, that's why January 6th happened. It didn't have so much to do with Trump, dude. People were getting fed up with this shit. That's why they went into this room, particularly. They were in there for the longest, fucking around, because they've been watching it. And still going, dude. It's going to end up being an hour break for them to vote to keep working, orchestrated so that they could have an hour lunch. And the thing is, people that want to get in these jobs, they know all this, and that's one of the reasons why they want it. Once they get close to getting this position, they know all this. They are like, yeah, man, it's gonna be pretty sweet, man. We got these long ass lunches because we do these adjourn things and the voting, and yeah, shit takes forever, man. Awesome. Mostly we're just standing around talking. Unless I'm in my office with my feet kicked up, trying to get some lobbyist action going, you know? Hey, Michelle Ruse. How you been? Long time no see. Lance Snort too, man. Y'all coming out of the woodwork. What's going on? I don't have any treats. I'm sorry. I've only had a banana for breakfast. That's why I'm a little delirious right now. Talking all this smack. I'm hangry. Got Simon on my lap. He can't eat till 10:30, so I'm like, I'm on waiting to eat. take 2 hour, 15-minute breaks. You still work there? Oh, Republicans are gonna have to flip 15 of the Dems to their side for it to happen? That's good to know, because I'm always kind of curious. I don't know how many extra they need. 15, no. Was that Senate or the House? WB, B9, hey, congratulations. Glad to hear that. When are they taking it out? I changed the answer to what, Bill? What? Oh, yeah, gigantism. Yeah, someone was a stickler on it, so I was like, alright, dude. It's like the same thing. It's just one happens at a different age than the other one. You can have both also, but the reason actually why I'm so tall would actually be gigantism, because acromegaly doesn't cause you to get as tall because it happens after the growth of the long bones has stopped. It's your growth plates. The short bones continue to grow in acromegaly, so it's not actually why I'm tall, it's just why I'm so pretty. I should actually put that. Why is John so pretty? Acromegaly. Always have it. What? I actually will always have it though. I don't think it really just goes away. It's just whether or not my growth hormone is. I actually missed my last appointment for endocrinology. It was 2 days ago. I didn't feel like going. I was super flared up 2 days ago. I might be starting to get over it now. Hopefully, the next couple of days. But I need to get my blood checked again. Get my IGF-1 looks like. It's been doing pretty good lately though. No, I didn't quit. I just stabbed out of this. Well, I mean, this has oil in it. It's concentrate. This has water hash in it, actually. I do have some flour in the fridge. Yeah. I feel like that would have hurt my mouth even more though. Okay, how long has it been so far? $53 minutes. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, the Senate has its own whole restaurant system too. In the Senate, And its office buildings are 12 dining areas. And carryouts are operated. They have their own. Restaurant associates also provide in-house catering services, including a cafe to-go option that can serve groups of 40 or less with advance notice of 24 hours. It's making me want to go to a cafe and have some. Look at it. Like, here's something else to take a mind of. These seats up here, no gaps. I don't think they're letting people sit over here. Oh, maybe they are. There are 2 people here, but they're like no gaps. It's packed house up here. If they were all down here, this would be done already. And it would put some pep in her step to read them faster. Actually, I think she's waiting on them now to read them. The ones that vote, she's reading them as they vote. There's Bernie Sanders. Huh. I like playing Where's Bernie Sanders. Found him. It's interesting seeing someone that ran for president back, sitting down back in there. President, a senator by now. A senator is considered higher than House representative, right? They represent more of the state, more area. Hey, Bill. Oh, I was we talking a second ago. I'm tripping. I've smoked already. We have free lunch at work? What? That's one thing I liked about working in, I was doing community service at the VA, escorting the vets. But everyone that volunteers at the VA, because I was in the same system, gets a free lunch. So that was another thing about it. Like, I switched my Caltrans up, which sucked. You had to bring your sack lunch, your own sack lunch, would get hot by the, your hands are dirty out there picking up trash or whatever, and you're gonna eat your sack lunch. It was all bad, right? I went from that to doing the VA thing where I'm indoors all day pushing the vets, getting to know vet, getting to know people there, and a free lunch, dude. That shit was sweet, dude. In comparison, looking back on that, I got hooked up, man. It was pretty nice. It was just a much better environment to be in, to do community service in. I had 80 days, so I did like 2 or 3 weeks of Caltrans, and I was like, no. Sorry, y'all breaking a motherfucker. You broke me, I can't do it, Judge. And I showed him, like, I'm a veteran, I showed everything that they would allow me to do it, because I had to go up to the VA and ask them if they'd let me do it. And I had a sit down, it's like an interview with the dude, and he approved it. Yeah, man. That was alright. between a lot of different people. That's another reason I'm pretty tied to this VA. I've been going to it for almost 2 decades, and all that time spent there. Multiple programs that I've been into, like drug and alcohol and back to work programs, and at that VA particularly. Like live-in programs, not just I'm going up there to a meeting, but I think I went to some anger management classes there. Doubt it. I definitely went in Colorado when I pulled that knife on the person. I got a menacing charge. I was a menace to society, homie. I learned that you can't pull knives on people, even when you're scared. Oh. Don't do it. Don't think that if you have a knife in your pocket and you get freaked out by somebody, you can just pull it out and point it at them and tell them to back away, because you cannot do that. That's a menacing charge. If you make someone in fear for their life when you weren't in fear for yours, you can't prove that you were in fear for yours. Especially if they get that shit on video, it's over. You might even have a felony. They're gonna try to get one on you, so you'll plead out to that misdemeanor. Oh, God. It cost me $5,000 in lawyer fees, man. Did never get that back, or my bond, like $1,200 or something, I forget. Like, that was my cash I had to pay out. It was over $1,000. It was a 10%. That was an expensive mistake. I won't be doing that one again. I don't even carry a knife anymore because of that. Okay, 2 per state. Well, do they make sure that one's Republican and one's Democrat, or it's just up to the state? Probably it's up to the state, huh? Okay. How they vote, I bet. Oh. 3 more minutes, buddy. I'm excited for him. You still carry the... Oh. You haven't sharpened that thing down to nothing? Make me hungry with all these restaurants they got. Oh, there you go. Guys back up, I think. Yeah. We hit an hour? I think so. I think we have hit an hour. Yep, we're at an hour and 7 minutes now. Their break. Supposedly we're gonna have a government shutdown in 11 hours, and they just took over an hour break to vote on whether or not they should go home or not for the day. They know that hardly anybody's paying attention to them doing all this shit, so that's why they get away with it. If everyone like tuned into this, it'd be a different story. How could there be an overhaul of the system though? How, like, what stops it? How could... Somebody needs to stop this lunacy, dumb shit, dude. We don't need it done the same way now that we have electronics, dude. Like, we could streamline this to make it take...
The nays are 0.
At least
the nays
half.
are 427. The motion is not adopted.
And the fact that nobody even voted against it, but they needed to do that whole thing.
House will be in order.
The yay and nay bullshit isn't working because motherfuckers are
lying.
lying.
To clear the well.
If you're gonna yay, motherfucker, if you don't yay on your vote when it comes time to vote,
take your conversation.
There should be some penalty for that. Because then they're not held accountable for it. There's no record of who the hell just yelled that a minute ago. It said that they wanted to go home.
9 members of the House that at the time of the motion to adjourn was demanded, we were debating H.R. 5860. The time remaining for debate is 6 minutes on the majority side, 5 minutes on the minority side.
Yeah, you can look at the voting record only if they do that, though. But they didn't vote the same. There were yays that didn't vote yay, a lot of them. Enough for them to need a calculator.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Who claims time? Gentlelady from Texas.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady's prepared to close. Gentlelady
We are
from
not
Connecticut?
prepared to close.
I'm trying to get Jeffries here.
Sorry, Simon. Jeffries isn't there?
Gentlelady from Connecticut, you're recognized.
Just so I can reiterate what I had said earlier, and we now have really the language in both the Senate bill and in the House bill. This, and it's really not so clean a continuing resolution as it has been portrayed. This strikes the member pay prohibition, in effect giving members a pay raise. Let me just explain. If you have a copy of the bill, which is on page 7, in the Senate bill, there is language that the legislative branch appropriations bill, what division it is, et cetera, section 6, is provides really what it does is the Senate bill prohibits the movement toward a member pay raise. Now, what the House Republicans have done is page 7, line 13, is what they do, they just drop that part of the language that comes from the Senate bill. In essence, what they have done is to provide themselves with a pay raise. I think I would just, I would ask you, I understand what you're saying, but what you need to do is, I don't know if, you haven't given us time to read the 71 pages. I'm hopeful that all of you have had the opportunity to read the 71 pages.
The gentlelady will suspend.
Yeah.
Once again, the chair would like to remind his colleagues that in keeping with the proper decorum on the floor, please direct your comments to the chair. Gentlelady will. Yes. Gentlelady, may
Thank
resume.
you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Democratic leader, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
What is that? Why is he getting a standing ovation right now?
I thank the distinguished gentlelady.
This is weird, right?
Thank the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, Rosa DeLauro, for her leadership, all of my colleagues in government. I rise today to have a conversation with the American people. And so strap in, because this may take a little while.
How long does he have?
We want to talk about why we are here at this moment on the brink of a shutdown that was entirely unavoidable and has been brought to us by the extreme MAGA Republicans who have decided that rather than pursue the normal legislative process of trying to find common ground, not as Democrats or independents or Republicans, but as Americans, rather than try to pursue policy achievements through the normal legislative process, that they want to threaten the American people with a shutdown, to try to drive your extreme agenda down the throats of the American people. Why are we here at this moment on the brink of a catastrophic shutdown that will hurt everyday Americans, hurt children, hurt families, hurt older Americans, hurt veterans, and hurt the economy? Why are we at this moment? When from the very beginning we have said that there's an opportunity to come together in a bipartisan way consistent with the spending agreement that House Republicans themselves negotiated. And from the beginning of this process, we've said nothing more, nothing less. Simply keep your word with respect to the agreement that you negotiated. And just so that the American people understand, just so that the American people understand what we are talking about when we say simply that an agreement was negotiated. How did we get to this point? Well, heading into the 117th this Congress, we said that we are willing to find common ground with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle whenever and wherever possible, in the best interests of the American people. Govern in a bipartisan way, in the same way that we governed in the previous Congress, where we passed bill after bill after bill to make life better for the American people. And so many of those legislative efforts, whether it was the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, where we created millions of good-paying jobs for hard-working, everyday Americans, to fix our crumbling bridges, roads, tunnels, our airports, our sewer and water systems, our mass transportation systems. And it was bipartisan. Largely Democratic in the House, but bipartisan. We passed gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years. Why? Because we believe that we should do something about the gun violence epidemic in the United States of America with the fierce urgency of now.
Oh, how much time does he really have?
As some of my colleagues want to do, unleash weapons of war that are not used to hunt deer, they're used to hunt human beings and shred children. And so we worked in a bipartisan way to pass the Safer Communities Act, to make progress for the American people. And then we worked on the CHIPS and Science Act that will bring domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America, as opposed to our jobs moving in the other direction. And to invest in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, to ensure that our young people have the skills to succeed in the 21st century economy, and are competitive to continue to elevate American exceptionalism. That was done in a bipartisan way. Now, there were some areas where our Republican colleagues refused to do what was right, in our view, for the American people. And that's why, in some instances, we needed to just act, to put people over politics. People over politics. And so that's what we did with the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act. But our bipartisan track record continues. We stood up for the men and women who have served this country and who are exposed to burn pits or toxic substances or Agent Orange. And through the PACT Act, under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi and Chairman Mark Takano, we stood up for our veterans to ensure that millions of them would get the health care that they deserve. And we got the PACT Act over the finish line. Once again, it was bipartisan in nature. We understood that there were grave threats to our democracy because of what occurred with the former President of the United States of America, who incited a violent insurrection and tried to potentially use some loopholes within the Electoral Count Act to effectively steal the election, undermine the principle of free and fair elections, halt the peaceful transfer of power. And so we held a committee under the leadership of Chairman Benny Thompson, who did an incredible job of presenting the stakes to the American people. And so, the January 6th committee explored the consequences of what happens when one individual and people who blindly follow them could undermine the very fabric of our democracy. It's important to note the January 6th committee was also bipartisan in nature. It was bipartisan, and every single witness that was presented worked with the former president. And there's still that more that needs to be done in that regard, but one of the legislative results of the January 6th committee's wonderful presentation and exploration was that we passed reform to the Electoral Count Act to strengthen the institution of our democracy as part of the principle that we will never again allow a single individual sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to try to undermine American democracy. We won't do it. And that bill was bipartisan in nature.
What is happening right now?
We also passed the American Rescue Plan at a moment of great crisis.
Why are they patting themselves on the back so much? How is this fixing our budget for next year?
In the midst of a once-in-a-century pandemic that cost so many lives, so much pain, so much suffering, so much death. And so we moved decisively under the leadership of President Biden to pass the American Rescue Plan, which put shots in arms, money in pockets, and kids back in school.
Shots in arms.
We passed the child tax credit as part of that reduced child poverty in America by half. By half. And not a single Republican would join us as part of the effort to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single zip code. And we reduced poverty, and these were things that were done for everyone, every single American, regardless of zip code. Urban America, rural America, exurban America, suburban America, small town America, the heartland of America, Appalachia. We're committed to putting people over politics. That's what we were able to do with the American Rescue Plan, and allowed the United States of America to emerge as the strongest economy of any advanced economy in the world. And that wasn't a guarantee. And we know we have more work to do. We know we have more work to do. And we want to get to work. But instead of getting to work, on behalf of the American people, solving problems, joining and partnering with us in a manner that's designed to find common ground, extreme MAGA Republicans have been marching us to a dangerous government shutdown, which we'll get to in a moment. But we ended the previous Congress by passing the Inflation Reduction Act, striking a dramatic blow against the climate crisis, setting our planet on a sustainable trajectory forward, the largest investment in combating the climate crisis in the history of the world, because we recognize that these extreme weather events will not go away on their own. And America is leading, thanks to our Speaker Emerita
Gotta
and
get
House
them
Democrats,
eco-friendly
Senate
fighter
Democrats,
jets up there.
and President Joe Biden. In that legislation, we also addressed the issue of health care affordability, because we understand that the American people are dealing with grave challenges as it relates to their cost of living. And in the Inflation Reduction Act, we began to address that in a serious way. Strengthen the Affordable Care Act, lowering health care costs, and driving down the high price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans, including by taking the price of insulin, which prior to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act would cost the average American family about $4,000 a year, and we drove that down to $35 a month. And we're just getting started. And so that's a track record coming into this Congress. And as the American people are suffering from what has been characterized as a Republican civil war, and apparently it's because a handful of the more extreme members on the other side of the aisle have concluded that what's necessary is to try to hijack the institution, to jam their right-wing ideological views down the throats of the American people, because they understand that otherwise these extreme policies cannot be achieved throughout the normal legislative process. But we're supposed to believe that the chaos, the dysfunction, the extremism is largely a result of the narrowness of the Republican majority. We had the same exact majority, extremely narrow, in the other side of the aisle, and instead of chaos, dysfunction, and extremism, we got things done for the American people. Same exact majority, under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi and Jim Clyburn and Steny Hoyer. So that's the context coming into the moment that we're in right now. Historic dysfunction that we've seen. So we're on the brink of a government shutdown, and at the 11th hour, legislation is dropped on the American people. And we're told that you have 5 or 10 minutes to evaluate legislation that is more than 70 pages long.
Yeah, okay.
And
I was like, I
expected
didn't see her there a
simply
second.
to trust the word of our extreme MAGA Republican colleagues. The American people deserve better. They deserve better.
She wanted some airtime or what?
So we're working through evaluating that legislation on behalf of the American people. And when we've had time to evaluate the bill that was dropped on the American people at the 11th hour, immediately after what took place yesterday on the floor of the House, where extreme MAGA Republicans put on the floor a continuing resolution that imposed 30% or more draconian cuts on the American people, including cutting the Social Security Administration by 30%, devastate Social Security and the ability of the administration to administer it on behalf of older Americans in this country. We need time to evaluate whether in this bill that you just dropped upon the American people at the 11th hour, does it try to cut Social Security? Because that's what you tried to do yesterday. We need a little time to evaluate whether you are trying to slash public school funding. Why are we concerned about whether the Republican majority is trying to slash public school funding? Because you put forth a bill that did just that. Yesterday would devastate the ability of American children all across the country to be able to learn in a manner that gives them the best opportunity to succeed and pursue the American dream. Some versions of the Republican spending bills would slash Title I funding, which goes to the most vulnerable children amongst us, by 80%, effectively shut down public education in many parts of this country. I think it's a reasonable thing for House Democrats, on behalf of the American people, to have time to evaluate what you are trying to do with public education in a bill that House Republicans dropped on the American people at the 11th hour. We also are very concerned that from the very beginning of this Congress, you've had an objective to criminalize abortion care and to impose or march us toward a nationwide ban. And we want the American people to understand that on this side of the aisle, we don't believe that our colleagues on the Republican side should threaten a government shutdown as part of their effort to criminalize abortion care. That shouldn't happen. That should not happen. But that's what you were trying to do in a defense bill that you just passed this week. So we needed an opportunity to evaluate on the four corners of a bill that you dropped on us, Mr. Chair, that the Republican majority dropped on us at the 11th hour, what it does to reproductive freedom. I think that's what the American people would want us to do. And let us be clear to the American people. House Democrats believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, period, full stop.
Hey, Lucid Farms, you still here? Good morning, man. Sorry I didn't see your messages earlier.
And the Republican majority wants to undermine reproductive freedom. So we are trying to evaluate in a bill dropped on the American people at the 11th hour whether anything in the four corners of this bill would undermine reproductive freedom. Now, earlier in the year, my Republican colleagues threatened to default on America's debt, which connects to the moment that we're in right now because it ultimately resulted in Republicans agreeing to top-line spending numbers. And so it's part of what has brought us to this moment, because an agreement was reached in May to avoid any shutdown drama by setting top-line spending numbers at the insistence of House Republicans, who then went into the Oval Office with President Joe Biden, who was negotiating in good faith, arrived at top-line spending numbers. Bill was presented on the House floor. More than 300 members of Congress voted for it, including 149 Republicans. A majority in the Senate that was bipartisan in nature, sent to President Biden's desk, signed into law, setting top-line spending numbers as part of an effort to avoid a reckless government shutdown. And it took less than a week for the Republican majority to break its word in the agreement that House Republicans themselves negotiated, which is what leads us to this moment right now. The nerve of even threatening a catastrophic default in and of itself highlights the extremism that has permeated this chamber from the beginning of this Congress on January 3rd. Because the full faith and credit of the United States of America and protecting it is a constitutional responsibility that we all have. And by the way, when Democrats were in the majority and someone was in the White House from the other side of the political aisle, someone who we strongly disagreed with, the former president, we raised the debt ceiling 3 times. No gamesmanship, no partisanship, no showmanship. We raised it 3 times, which is why that's simply what should have occurred this time around. But as part of extracting policy changes that the American people don't support, we were threatened with defaulting on our debt for the first time in American history, would have crashed the economy, sent the stock market spiraling downward, triggered a job-killing recession. And under the leadership of President Biden, we reached an agreement to avoid a catastrophic default. In that agreement, we protected Social Security, protected Medicare, protected Medicaid, protected veterans, protected public education, protected public safety, protected our efforts to combat the climate crisis, and protected the American people. And as part of that, we reached top-line spending numbers that Republicans negotiated and then immediately broke the agreement to bring us to this point. And that's very unfortunate, because all of this could have been avoided. We have a bill in the Senate that shortly would have ended the government shutdown if, in fact, as we've consistently asked for, this bipartisan spending agreement emerges from the Senate, makes its way over to the House, and if you put the bipartisan spending agreement emerging from the Senate on the floor of the House of Representatives and allow for an up or down vote, it will pass, and the extreme MAGA Republican shutdown threat would end. That's the way to proceed. So why can't my Republican colleagues commit to doing just that? Is this really a serious effort to end the government shutdown threat when it's in the DNA of many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to shut down the government? It's not hyperbole. Let's just check the historic record. 1990s, Republicans shut the government down twice when Bill Clinton was president. The ransom demand at the time was, we want to slash and burn Medicaid. End Medicare as the American people know it. And unless that were to happen, we were told by Republicans that they would shut down the government. And that's exactly what happened twice in the 1990s in order to try to slash and burn Medicaid and adversely impact Medicare. It's in the DNA of House Republicans. How do we know that? Well, in 2013, American people were forced to deal with another reckless, dangerous government shutdown for 14 days. House Republicans shut down the government. Why was the government shut down in 2013? because the demand was made inherently unreasonable that President Obama should repeal the Affordable Care Act, a signature legislative accomplishment that has been a force for good in the United States of America. And we declined politely to take away health care from millions of Americans. We declined politely to allow House Republicans to impose a situation in America where more than 100 million people would have lost their protection for pre-existing conditions.
10% Marine.
We declined to allow House Republicans to impose an age tax on older Americans, which would have dramatically increased health care costs. And because we declined to do those things, House Republicans chose to shut the government down in 2013 for 14 days. It's in the House Republican DNA. And then in 2018, 2019, we faced the longest government shutdown in American history. 35 days of devastation visited upon the American people, unnecessarily so. What was the extreme ransom demand at that particular point in time? The demand was to waste billions of dollars of taxpayer money on the former president's ineffective medieval border wall, which, by the way, he said Mexico would pay for. And then you turned around, the House majority at the time turned around and tried to stick the American taxpayer with a bill, an ineffective solution to the issues around immigration that we should necessarily confront. And so because we declined respectfully to pay that ransom note and stick the American people with billions and billions of dollars for an ineffective border wall that the previous president promised Mexico would pay for, because we declined, you shut the government down for 35 days. It's in your DNA. The interesting thing about that government shutdown is that while we had taken the majority in January of 2019, the government shutdown started in late December. And so in other words, the government shutdown started with a Republican in the White House and Republicans in the majority in the House and in the Senate. You shut yourselves down at that particular moment. It's in the DNA. And so that is the backdrop. That is the context for how we arrive at this moment. After the district work period, throughout the month of August, we came back to the Congress, ready, willing, and able to get things done for the American people, to find common ground, to put people over politics, which is what we are committed to doing every single day we're here in Washington. And when we came back in September, that's what House Democrats were prepared to do. Now, we were told that to the extent any illegitimate impeachment inquiry would be launched, that it would be done so only with a serious up or down vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. That's what we were told by House Republican leadership. That's not what happened. Instead of coming back to Washington in September, knowing we were faced with the possibility of an extreme MAGA Republican government shutdown, and being laser focused on finding the common ground necessary to fund the government in a way that protects the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people. Instead of doing that, without a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives, House leadership announces an illegitimate impeachment inquiry. No evidence of wrongdoing against the president, no evidence of an impeachable offense, no evidence that any high crimes or misdemeanors were committed by the president, no evidence that the president broke the law. How do we know this? Your own witnesses told the American people that 2 days ago in a hearing that House Republicans called. So for 3 weeks, instead of focusing on solving problems for hard-working American taxpayers, House Republicans launched an illegitimate impeachment inquiry when House Republican witnesses have now testified before the American people that no evidence exists to justify impeaching the current president. And so that is part of the context of why we're here. House Republicans wasting time doing the bidding of the former president, the insurrectionist in chief, who demanded an illegitimate impeachment inquiry be opened. And as opposed to working together to find the common ground to meet the needs of the American people, you've been wasting time and taxpayer dollars on a reckless political stunt. That's why we're at the brink of the government shutting down right now. That was week one when we came back, the week of September 11th. What happened in week two? Week two, the week of September 18th, House Republicans, my colleagues, decided that you were going to try to jam extreme right-wing policies down the throats of the American people. Strip away reproductive freedom, criminalize abortion care, bully the LGBTQ community, cut public education, cut public safety, cut affordable housing programs, cut the ability for veterans to receive the nutritional assistance that they needed. So week two, you decided, the House majority, Mr. Chairman, decided to go to the floor to pass bills that would do nothing to make life better for everyday Americans, do nothing to avoid a catastrophic government shutdown, do nothing to find common ground in a bipartisan way. But during the week of September 18th, the decision was made to try to jam extreme right-wing policies down the throats of the American people. And not a single bill was passed because House Republicans had an inability to get your act together with each other. Colorful words were used. I won't use them on the floor. They're in the public domain as part of a Republican civil war, shooting at each other, fighting each other. Let me make something clear. House Democrats are here to fight for the American people, to fight for the American people. That's what we should be doing, not fighting each other as part of a Republican civil war. But last week, time was wasted by our House Republican colleagues fighting each other in what has been described as a Republican civil war. Colorful language used not by Democrats to describe what was taking place on the other side of the aisle, used by House Republicans to describe each other. And I won't call out any individual members on the other side of the aisle, but former members, including a former speaker, Paul Ryan, a good man, disagreed with him on a whole host of issues, but believed in the institution, made the observation that House Republicans are dysfunctional, need to get your act together. That's Paul Ryan, former Speaker. And that same sentiment was echoed by current House Republican members. So last week, you wasted time fighting each other as opposed to finding the common ground necessary to reach a bipartisan spending agreement. The chair, former chair, top Democrat on the House Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro, has made clear from the very beginning she was ready to sit down and talk to her Republican counterpart anytime, any place, ready, willing, and able to find bipartisan common ground. But we couldn't find a partner on the other side, and so we proceeded in conversation with Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans and the Biden administration, all in alignment in a strongly bipartisan bill to avert a government shutdown earlier this week that passed.
That's what it
in
is.
A motion procedurally to advance the legislation 77 to 19, strongly bipartisan. And we were a part of those conversations, thanks to Rosa DeLauro. That's a bill that would avoid a government shutdown and meet the needs of the American people in every single way, and give us another 45 days or so to work through the normal appropriations process and reach common ground. But instead of partnering with House Democrats, Senate Republicans, and the Biden administration, House Republicans decided to go it alone. Fight a civil war. Stand on an island on your own. So last week, nothing happened on the floor of the House of Representatives. And that brings us to this week. This week, we returned earlier and had every opportunity. We continue to say we want to partner with our Republican colleagues to find the common ground necessary to meet the needs of the American people and avoid a catastrophic government shutdown that will hurt everyday Americans, hurt children, hurt families, hurt the middle class, hurt all those who aspire to be part of the middle class, hurt working families, hurt veterans, hurt the poor, the sick, the afflicted, hurt the least, the lost, and the left behind. We've said from the very beginning that we were ready, willing, and able to find the bipartisan common ground to meet the needs of the American people and avoid a catastrophic government shutdown. But instead, my Republican colleagues spent this week peddling more chaos, more dysfunction, and more extremism, trying to jam extreme right-wing policies down the throats of the American people, cutting Social Security, slashing public school funding, criminalizing abortion care, including in the Department of Defense bill that House Republicans advanced earlier this week, to restrict military service women from being able to travel in order to seek reproductive health care, and threaten a government shutdown unless the American people were to be forced to agree with a policy that they don't support. We spent this week doing things like that. Yesterday, a bill brought to the House floor to cut spending by 30% or more in a manner that would do things like take food out of the mouths of women, infants, and children. We will never let that happen. Not now, not ever.
Not my baby.
Not in America.
Not my baby.
We will never let that happen.
Babies.
But that's one of the extreme right-wing policies that my Republican colleagues spent this week threatening to do, taking us to the brink of a government shutdown. Now, from the very beginning, there was a clear path forward because a spending agreement was reached in May that everyone in this town agreed to abide by as a matter of law. House Democrats, House Republicans, Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans, and President Biden. So why have we spent the last several weeks here in the House of Representatives trying to break that agreement and threaten a reckless government shutdown, which, by the way, will have catastrophic consequences for the American people? We want the American people to know that we are going to do everything possible to stop extreme MAGA Republicans from shutting down the government. We are fighting on their behalf to put people over politics. That's why we're here. That's why we're making this fight. And we want to do it in a bipartisan way. So we're in the process of evaluating the legislation that was dropped on the American people at the 11th hour. And once we conclude that expeditious review of the four corners of the legislation, we can make a decision as to the best path forward. When we've said all week that the only path forward is a bipartisan one. There's a bipartisan bill working its way through the Senate right now. Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans coming together to meet the needs of the American people. So we're evaluating the four corners of the bill to see if it does what's necessary as part of our effort to fight for things like lower costs and better paying jobs and safer communities, building a healthy economy for hardworking American taxpayers. Why? Because as House Democrats, we're committed to an economy that is built from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Not the top down. And so we're in the process now of evaluating whether there's anything in the four corners of this bill
that does piss me off, dude, for taking so fucking long.
Impose upon the American people the trickle-down economic scheme that has been such a disaster for the American middle class and for all those who aspire to be part of the middle class. I think the American people deserve an opportunity for their elected representatives, Democrats and Republicans, to evaluate the legislation that is in front of us. That's the least that can be done. When we know for decades,
dude, they could all be reading right now.
And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have imposed
they don't need to
tax
hear your
cuts
speech.
That benefit only
all the Dems
the wealthiest amongst us
right now. All the Dems should be fucking reading right now.
The ability of the American people
fuck are they doing
to
and they're
truly
even, like,
pursue
sit there
the
and
American
read.
dream. It was done most recently. In 2017, the House Republican majority signature legislative accomplishment was passing the GOP tax scam,
Start reading something.
where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1%. And if at the end of the day, this is all about fiscal responsibility.
Fuck Democrats. If you're a Democrat, fuck you.
We want our Republican colleagues to explain why in a bill that benefit only a handful of Americans.
How about that?
To just stick
Fuck
the
out of
American
here,
people
Democrats. You
with
suck.
$2 trillion worth of debt. Because the GOP tax scam was not paid for at all. And so, House Republicans dropped a bill on the American people at the 11th hour earlier today. And all we're simply saying is that we want time to evaluate whether there's anything within the four corners of that bill that would try to impose some trickle-down economic scheme. I've come to the conclusion over the years that trickle-down economics means only one thing for everyday Americans. You may get a trickle.
I'm
but
pretty
you're
sure that
guaranteed
all
to stay
Democrats
down.
suck.
That's what trickle-down economics.
I'm not drunk already. Are you a Democrat?
So at the end of the day, we need to just evaluate where we are. Because House Republicans started this Congress.
If you are, you might suck.
By saying any bill that is brought before the people's house
Tired of hearing this fucking
will
idiot
be done
talk.
so in a manner that allows for at least 72 hours.
About that. There you go. You want to fucking go listen to him talk? Fuck off. Tired of hearing that motherfucker talk, dude. I don't need to hear it. I don't need to hear what he's got to say. It's all hot air. Hey, I did want to show this though. Hold up. Oh yeah, I might want to read what he has to say. I don't give a shit though. I haven't liked this dude since they had to hear Joaquin Jeffries. Why? The Honorable Joaquin Jeffries. Fucking 4 days in a row as they were voting who was going to be the House Speaker. Holy shit. I got so tired of hearing his name, dude. I can't be the only one. And I don't necessarily get drunk, laddie. I stream for fucking 13 hours a day sometimes. I get a little sleepy. Maybe a little crossfaded. Drunk, that's different. That's a rarity around here. You know this is rare? You getting penis. Or having one. You live a sad life. El pequeño. Pequito? El pequito. Good, I'm glad I'm losing people. We're leaving. The people that aren't normally here are leaving. I don't like the fucking lurker shitheads. Get the fuck out of here, Democrats! I know you are. Fucking Democrats want to hear what he has to say. Republicans know that none of it fucking matters. He's an idiot. They're all idiots. They're all full of shit. And big titty AOC coming front row like this last minute made me want to see it even less. I only want to hear what the Republicans have to say next at this point. Because they are who matters. You know why? Because they have the majority. We're fucking in charge. I'm a Republican now. Okay? We're in charge of this motherfucker. We are driving. We got the House Speaker. We got majority. Motherfuckers are whining right now is what they're doing. They're trying to blame it on the Republicans for this happening, but it's their fault this is happening. Just fall in line with the majority. Huh? Capiche? Most of the country wants it like the majority wants it because the majority is the majority of the country, supposedly. Therefore, these motherfuckers need to fall in line with the majority of what people want. That's how I'm seeing it. So everything he's saying right now, I don't give a shit. I don't need him trying to convince me otherwise. I mean, with his silver tongue. By standing up clapping like they're his laugh track or something. Well, they're manipulators, dude. I don't like it. Her banging on the chair. That's why she got in frame, dude. So she could help with the manipulation. How hard they're clapping. Fuck you. This lady's really getting it too. Look at her go. Geez, she's gonna hurt her hand. Got that Armenian clap. They do that at the weddings. You're shooting the gun. Hey, y'all know what I'm talking about. That crazy. I don't even know if it's Armenian. You know what I'm talking about though? When they do the crazy wedding rituals with the guns and the clapping. Hey, you see how these Armenians are like making a big deal about how there's so many Armenians in the country? I looked that up during that time. There's only like 400-something thousand Armenians in the entire country. Or LA, or 700,000. It's like 0.14% of the entire population. Come on, man. Alright, that's over with.
Gentleman yields back his time. Without objection, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, will control the time for the majority. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from the state of Nevada, Mr. Amade.
Gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague from Florida, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's been a complaint about...
In order. Members are advised to take their conversations from the floor.
You got Dems. Disrespectful little shits.
Gentleman may resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been some indication that of concern because the bill on the floor lacks language to prohibit a cost of living increase that doesn't exist, and that was not given, and which has no appropriation in the existing fiscal year budget. Normally, that would be the end of the discussion. However, I guess, being generous here, out of an abundance of caution and respect for those bill drafting experts in the Senate, fixing that to include the Senate's genius language in this measure is something that's imminently doable in short order, unless it becomes midnight, because we have to have a couple of more September State of the Unions. Therefore, even though it was not included in our legislation, even though there is no existing COLA or appropriation for it, if that's the only thing, I'm going to say that real slowly, if that's the only thing that's wrong, then it's imminently fixable for that belt and suspenders insurance policy for those who would support the bill but for the lack of that language. We shall see. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
He yields back his time. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close. Okay.
Gentlelady's prepared to close. Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, may I first inquire how much time I have left?
Gentleman has 4 1/4 minutes remaining. Gentlelady from Connecticut has 2 1/2 minutes remaining.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would actually like to ask unanimous consent if I could extend the time per side for an additional 10 minutes to speak. We have further people.
Is there objection?
Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. 10 and 10.
Reserve. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulgence. I would like to reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
So what did they?
Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized with 12 and 1/2 minutes remaining. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans have shown they are unwilling
Oh
and
my
unable to govern.
God!
Some have shown they are willing and able to abandon our allies.
What more can she have to say?
Russian tyranny and aggression threaten more than just Ukraine's borders. We learned in Georgia and we learned in Crimea, if you stand by while Russia takes an inch, they will take a mile. Vladimir Putin must be held to account for upending Europe's security and peacetime, for a pointless and bloody war which has disrupted energy markets and triggered food insecurity around the world. We must be clear about what this means. Plain and simple, this is appeasement, like the world experienced in 1938, and which led to a cascading, murderous result. Ukraine's fight for democracy and sovereignty requires decisive action and absolute support from the free world. We must act like the leaders of the free world.
She's like a super
we must
villain,
not abandon
dude.
our position as the world's beacon of democratic values. We must not surrender our global influence to Russia, China, or any group that threatens democracies. Members of this body have come together again and again to reaffirm our commitment to helping Ukraine defend itself against vicious invasion. Let us keep the government open, and let us
She kind of looks like
proceed
Shaggy.
to make sure that we do not abandon
From,
our allies. I yield
Scooby-Doo.
back.
Does the
Shaggy's
gentleman yield or
mom.
I
reserve?
reserve. Thank you.
Reserves. Gentleman from Florida with 14 and 1/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you for letting me know, Mr. Chairman. I would now like to yield to another fellow appropriator, gentleman from California, Mr. Valadao.
Gentleman is
2 minutes.
California.
is recognized
Oh, this
for 2
is
minutes.
scary.
I'd like to thank my friend from Florida for the time. Mr. Speaker, I think today we're at a really important moment in our history. Obviously, we're all frustrated. Myself as an appropriator, we've gone through this process. There was an effort to bring bills up sooner. We all would have liked those to have come up sooner. But playing games and dragging this out and watching members drag the process out even further than it needs to be is not helpful. Ultimately, we need to get this passed. We need to get this over to the Senate as quickly as possible because the American people want us to get this done. There's a lot of efforts that need to move forward. We obviously need to continue the process appropriating, and I think we've got a commitment now from leadership to keep us here over the next 2 weeks, which I think is the right thing to do, so that we can finish the appropriations bills. We've done quite a bit. Obviously, moving the 4 bills off the House floor is a huge step for us. We've got 2 more to move out of committee, and I think we'll be moving that soon enough. But the reality is that we need to finish our work. And these 45 days will give us the ability to do that. It makes a difference for the American people. It makes a difference for us here in Congress. And sadly, it's something we need to do. But ultimately, we've got a vote here in a few minutes. And I ask that all my colleagues support the CR and get us through those 45 days so we can finish our work. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time.
I would reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
So what about all the work that they
Thank
were
you, Mr.
supposed to do for
Speaker.
that 45 days?
I think it's important to note here that,
gotta-
first of all, I'm very interested that there was a rereading of the bill as it came from the House and from the Senate, and that there is a view that it needs to be reviewed in some way because, in fact, as the bill stands, that there is a pay raise that is
she's
being
still
done.
on
In addition
that.
to which, there is student loan efforts that are thwarted as well, making it more difficult for about 45,000 or 45 million borrowers to be able to get the kinds of services that they need. But I really want to make the point of I have had the opportunity to chair the Appropriations Committee for 2 years. And for those 2 years, and with I think 3 or 4 person majority, that with the assistance of colleagues in the House and in the Senate, and in last December, it was honestly just in the Senate, because House Republicans refused to participate in the negotiations, I think there are very few in the continuing resolution that we put forward, Republicans, who voted for a continuing resolution. I think, if I recall the number precisely, it was 9. But it allowed us to be able to hammer out the bills over the next several weeks until December. At that juncture, what we did was we came together. We hammered out the bills. We made sure that no one got everything that they wanted, but we could pass the bill. Now I move forward to what happened in last May and last June, when there was a budget agreement that was hammered out by the President and by the Speaker of the House. And to be very honest with you, I did not vote for that budget agreement. I would have never let this nation default, but I was very concerned about the harm that was going to be done to the people of this country through the appropriations process that was established by the majority, and that was to significantly cut $142 billion from the services that we provide, and that is education, it is mental health services, it is medical research services. All of that I viewed was going to be curtailed. But it is the law of the land. The law of the land, a civics. When the House passes something, the Senate passes something, the President signs the bill, it is the law of the land. But the Speaker of the House and Republicans in this House walked away from that agreement. And that is why we stand where we are today in this effort. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Members of the House, please take your conversations from the floor. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the distinguished gentleman from New York, an amazing leader, Mr. D'Esposito, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just over 3 hours ago, we walked onto this floor with a plan and an opportunity to make sure that our government continues to work. But instead of moving that plan forward, we've spent the last hour hearing from a member on the other side of the aisle trying to gain C-SPAN ratings, and I believe a contest of how many times we could hear the term MAGA. We are here this afternoon to keep our government running. And over the last hour, I walked across the street to my office, taking calls from constituents on Long Island, in New York's 4th Congressional District, whose homes and cars were destroyed yesterday after a massive amount of rain and flooding. And these are individuals who are Democrats, who are Republicans. They're not calling because they're from a political party. They're calling because they're Americans. And they're pleading with us to keep our government open. They're pleading with us to do the job that we were sent here to do and to govern. And that's what we have the opportunity to do, is to cast a vote. Cast a vote today to continue to make sure that our government continues to run, that our government remains open, so we can do the job that we were sent here to do. And that's what I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Today, you're not making a partisan vote. You're making a vote in support of the United States of America. You're making a vote in support of residents back home who need our help. You're making a vote in support of moving this country forward. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
2 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would now like to yield to another great leader from the state of New York, Mr. Molinaro, for 30 seconds.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Having listened for 45 minutes, Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed at and confused as to what exactly my colleague across the aisle thought we were doing in this very moment. In just moments, we have the opportunity to avert a federal government shutdown. It's a responsibility that we have to ensure that the people who work for this federal government have the supporting and the backing of those who employ them. It's critically important to the men and women who serve and sacrifice across the globe that they know that we have their backs. It's critically important that those in law enforcement, emergency response, and those all across this country know that in this moment we vote yes to keep this government functioning.
I reserve.
Gentlelady continues to reserve. Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, and also I believe I made a mistake before when I may have called you Mr. Chairman when we're not in the Committee of the Whole. My mistake, Mr. Speaker. I would now ask unanimous consent that the text of H.R. 5860 as proposed to be adopted unless under suspension of the rules be modified by the amendment that I have placed at the clock at the desk. I apologize. And again, I've been making some technical mistakes, but I got it right, I think, now.
The clerk will report the modification.
Modification to H.R. 5860 offered by Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida and Section 1019 of Division A before the period insert the following, comma, and Section 6 in the matter preceding Division A of Public Law 117-328.
Without objection, the modification is agreed to.
I feel like her job could be AI by now.
I am now prepared to close, and so therefore I will reserve.
Gentlelady from Connecticut, are you prepared to close?
Yes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I would once again really.
Dude, I thought that Jeffrey's long-winded speech was their closing that whole time. What the hell was that? Dude.
Like to reiterate what I have been saying all along and which I said in the last several days. We had the opportunity to walking away where this House is overwhelmingly, in the last 2 days, the majority has demonstrated that we want to provide support for Ukraine's self-defense. We had several amendments, a Biggs amendment, a Gates amendment, a Green amendment, all of which resulted in overwhelming support for Ukraine. I continue to believe that this is an appeasement strategy of the far right and, in fact, does not have a majority support in this body. But I believe that standing with our allies does have the support. And I would reiterate that our own Department of Defense, something that I believe my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have great regard for, listen to, support their efforts, increase funding for defense, care deeply about this issue of our national security and our ability to be able to defend our allies overseas. You all have a great affinity for this effort, and I applaud that. But that seems now to be being abandoned, and that the Department of Defense view, in the words of the Undersecretary, says that they cannot do without this funding. And I would remind you that they, in a very, very specific and poignant letter, Undersecretary says that they cannot do without this funding. And I would remind you that they, in a very, very specific and poignant letter, lay out the bottom line is we cannot sustain adequate
Yo, did
levels.
that dude have Reebok pumps on?
The bottom line.
Yo! The fucking pumps! Yo! That dude's got pumps on in the... I caught that at the corner. I saw him walking in the front with some big ass white shoes on, but I didn't know they were Reebok palms at the next level. I'm sorry, y'all. That's epic. You see it says Reebok right there too, the pump or whatever.
Is we cannot sustain adequate levels of Ukraine assistance with transfer authority only. And the delay to additional funding would be perceived by Ukraine as a sign of wavering U.S. support and likely as a betrayal of our previous commitments. The United States betraying our commitments to Ukraine is essentially the bottom line on this continuing resolution. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Dude, I had some pumps like in the 90s.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized with 10 1/2 minutes.
They were
Mr. Speaker,
revolutionary.
thank you for a job well done. I just would like to remind everybody that before we can fund anything else, Ukraine, we have to start by funding the government of the United States of America. And we've been on the floor for a while now, and let me just boil it down to this, if I may, Mr. Speaker. If you want to shut down the government, and all that entails, and then there's an opportunity to do so by voting no. But if you want to keep the federal government working and open and allow the democratic process to proceed, then all of us have the opportunity to do so very simply, after all of the words are spoken, to just vote yes. It could not be simpler, Mr. Speaker. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, they're sold. They're going to do it now.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5860, as modified? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
I ask for the ayes and nays.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having
What do
risen.
you mean?
The
I
ayes
didn't
and nays
hear
are ordered.
I didn't hear any
Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule
nays
20,
at all.
this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules will be followed by a 5-minute vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote.
Do you? Why would they need to count that? Break time. It's break time. Who's going to the cafe? When are you going to? What are those Republicans saying nay for? So do we really mean 30 minutes on this one too? So by, to probably come back at 12 o'clock and you might see what the outcome is of this bad boy. If we know what the outcome is, right? It's yay, because no one said nay. What did they do? Work for an hour and they get an hour off? Or work for an hour and get 30 minutes off? But if you want to call sitting there listening to dude dribble, like, most of the Republicans are probably just looking at shit on their phone when they're probably just like this while Joaquin and Jeffrey was talking. If they are even in there. Most of them aren't in there. Do they even have to be in DC right now? Like, could they just be at home doing shit? Not even anywhere near watching from like watching online if they want to. I wonder if they watch from their office. Like, oh, now I actually got to go in there. They have to be there. Oh, Simon, you're really no. It's stirring. Oh, yeah, man. What, like, why are they taking so long to vote, too? Like, weren't they all just there? They could just went poop. Every day is like this, too. It's not just today with the shutdown. Like, every thing that they vote on, there's just all this bloated waste of time that they do. Waste. That's why everything takes forever to get passed. I don't think they're fucking making any deals at all. I think they're just bullshitting talking to each other. Yeah, no more fighting the government. We're shutting them down. How about that? Get to say, we get to decide. No more money for government. Figure it out. Huh. That probably wouldn't work out too good. Be the end of the country. There's gonna be just enough Republican days to keep this fucker from passing, I bet. because they want to take out something. That's why they want to take out. They still want to take out something from the Senate bill. Why not gonna pass it? They're gonna argue again for another 5 to 6 hours. Hey, maybe longer. They could argue till midnight. Really keep us on the edge of our seats. This is the border. It must be the border, dude. The border still it's holding it up. I think that's probably it, dude. All they need is one more. One more and they can't get it. They might as well just stop the vote. Of course they'll continue it and this is going to last another 20 minutes. Oh, there it is. And the Democrat wanted to do it too. They wanted to be the winning vote. You're the winner. Oh, we're at the 16. It's just gonna keep going. I think it was 15, wasn't it? Oh no, everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. Once it gets to 20, that's definitely enough. I mean, a teen number is what I heard. I thought it was 15. Minute vote, right? Yeah, but I think that there needed to be 15 nays for them to vote on arguing again, because they're not gonna just go straight to arguing again. They're gonna have to vote on whether or not to argue again. That's another 15 minutes plus 15 minutes to count the votes. 30 minutes total. That's an hour break that they're giving themselves. For fucking nothing, because they, bro. I feel like there could be a quicker, more streamlined way to do this. For one, why does it take so long for them to press a button? I mean, imagine if you're taking a test in college and then you're like, alright, you got 15 minutes to answer this one question, yes or no. True or false? Which do you believe? Fucking, it's not that hard of a question. They should have already gotten the answer for it. They had the problem. It's sitting in front of them. For how long? The answer should be right there at the edge of their... Ready to go. Of course I know what I'm gonna do. Bing, bing, bing. It should have taken 2 minutes. Give him 2 minutes just for the fucking idiot. I mean, then that's another 2 minutes to tally up the votes, to do the little... I don't even know why they do that, but whatever. Read them out. Quicker. Then while that's happening, even late people that might have been in the restroom, and you're only allowed so many of those before you get a paddling. Yeah, a paddling with a fucking paddle with holes in it. Bring back that type of shit. Paddle them motherfuckers! You know how many of these idiots I'd like to see paddled? All of them. I want to see what they can take. How much paddling can they take to that little squishy ass? Get enough of it. Eating all them fancy restaurants and shit they got in that building. Every time they got one of these breaks. Look at this bitch. She ate one of them already. There's a senator missing somewhere in this building. A House of Representatives or something. You know what? She's definitely not one that had the coke, though. Bless her heart. Gonna be somebody someday. She's still working on it, though. But is she, though? Is this a person? An actual person, or like a helper? Oh. Take them all. Do all. Government? Oh, man. Something else, they should have to report once a year, totally butt naked, all of them. So we get to see them. One day a year, you know, that's the one day a year everybody would watch. That would be awesome. It would get people into politics. Look at all them nays now, though. Maybe they need more than 15 for this one. Or is that the Senate I was thinking? A lot of Republicans that want something taken out. Or put in. I wonder who the Democrat is. Watch it change right before it ends to no Democrats. Oh, I do that dumb shit, man. Matt Gaetz? It's his fault? That what? If they're all walking around having lobster rolls right now while we're waiting? These kids got back from their lobster roll. Some people are having seconds in the hallway. That's like a damn banquet. It's only missing the clacking of dishware. It sounds just like the Trump shit we watched yesterday, except for hearing the silverware and the plates. So, why is there so much laughing? Is something funny? There's a lot of laughing going on in there. But they stopped laughing when I said something about it. You think they're watching? Hi Brandy, what's up, man? They're all in on the joke. I don't think they give a shit. It's not a big deal, is why everyone is jolly and all eyes on them. They're having a blast right now. This is the most attention they get yearly. Like, unless there's something serious, like maybe Zelensky come in the first time. A lot of people might have been watching that. But it is an annual event goes, this is one of their most watched ones. And they're loving it. They feel like superstars. But that adrenaline pumping a little bit, endorphins kicking off. They dressed all nice for the occasion. This is real, dude. I'm saying it's real. That's why AOC got on the picture when Jeffrey started talking. She made sure to get that in seat. Somebody apparently asked that other lady to get out of the seat so AOC could sit in it. Gotta get her in there with her titties, her young face. Gotta get Jeffries to talk so he gets the black and the white on the dim side. I swear they're gonna try to run him for president because of the skin tone. Not this coming up, but give that a little bit of time. They're gonna let that one marinate. 4 years, 5 years from now. Maybe 8. But they're looking at him as a up-and-comer for sure. They wouldn't be putting him in a minority leader, trying to make him the Speaker of the House if they weren't. They didn't have big thoughts, big ideas for him. For testing him, seeing what kind of leadership he can take, how the people will accept it. Oh, we gotta read all the names or what? Yo, they locked in that Democrat though. Who is it? Any idea who the Dem is? Here.
On this vote, the yeas are 335, the nays are 91. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Oh wait, is it over with? Are we good now? Oh. Oh, it must be.
Go to Vice. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, in the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The Journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn. Sorry.
Where are the convening times? The convening times.
Oh, it's over.
Where are the convening?
So the border's still fucked. Is that it? They called their bluff?
On the motion for the House to adjourn.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
They called their
Question is
fucking
on the motion
bluff?
to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday, October 2nd, 2023, for morning hour debate.
They didn't do anything about the border before figuring out a budget. McCarthy didn't do shit by saying that he wanted a meeting with Biden or they weren't going to let it. They let it. Oh, well, the Senate's going to open up right now? I guess the Senate has to put another approval on it, even though it's they're the ones that wrote it. Oh, because did they change something in it? I think must have. All right. Are they there? Yep. Ocean spoke started ours. Like they're there. I don't think if they didn't change anything, it'll go straight through, right? But yo, oh yeah. I thought that was the guy from the trial, because he's a senator, North Carolina senator. The Murdaugh trial. I've never seen him in here though. Muted. I don't have it muted. They do. Both channels I tried. Well, this is kind of cool. I like that. At least I appreciate you guys are bearing with me while I learn about this shit, because I'm kind of. I actually didn't take that class in high school, U.S. government. I dropped out before the second semester of my senior year, and the U.S. government was supposed to be that semester. I probably wouldn't have learned much from it anyway. I wasn't that interested. I'd have learned just enough to pass the test, probably, and then about it. Why they look British? Because they're sitting on the floor. British people like to sit on the floor, eat their crumpets and tea. I was trying to think yesterday. I was watching this quietly thinking, where would there be a better place for them to put observers of the Senate? Because the seats are all reserved, right? And I'm like, there's really not anywhere except for those steps right there. What a trip. I was looking around the room. Very limited seating. Probably all college kids. Ooh. Pages? Aren't those the pages? What is that? I don't know what the pages are. Oh. Oh, okay. So they have a position. Good job. Is that how you start off as a politician? Ton of them. Huh. Very official. So they're constantly on the lookout for someone to raise their hand or something and be like, "Come get this paper from me. I don't feel like standing up." And their job is to walk up there and grab the paper and bring it back like a ball boy. Oh, she has no paper. Wow, I didn't know that. Thanks, man. I'm talking about, like, all this is new to me. I really thought they were just observers, kind of like you have court observers to watch and learn about it. So they're actually holding a position. I wonder how much they get paid, or if it's just volunteer to be able to get the experience. Volunteer and get like a free lunch at one of the restaurants. Oh, well, yeah, they're trying to get that free labor, dude. Call them apprentice, give them a free lunch. Or like the Skulls organization types, that movie, in the 90s. Kids that grew up like wanting to be into politics. Rich parents. Rubbing shoulders of some pretty powerful people. Man, at a very young age, that'd be an interesting life, you know? Imagine being that young and being there. Being able to hear the side conversations of senators and stuff. A trip, what? But they've probably been like molded to be these people for a long time. Keep the government secrets. It's our little special club. No, I'm in the club. I'm in the club. I made it. It smells different in here. Like mahogany. Oh, I made it to the club. Daddy, I made it. You were right, Daddy. It smells like mahogany. I made it. I don't know, dude. I feel like they didn't just happen overnight, and they've been like groomed for this for a long time. And in that comes some sort of like, they're all like in a cult, dude. And that's why Trump gets so many people to vote for him, because he isn't in the cult. He's in a different cult, business cult. It's grimy too, but it's not that cult. Different. I don't know which is better, man. Because DeSantis is definitely in their cult. Except DeSantis has military experience. So I think a lot of people wouldn't mind having another president that has military service. It's been a while, and our military is getting super soft. But at least people don't see Trump as a military softener. He might actually win, dude. Yo. That's pretty wild. His speeches are horrible, though. Too much clowning on people and joking around. I love it, though. Reminds them of the Apprentice days, I think. What are we waiting for? Them to show up? These people will probably be going till midnight, huh? These are the ones that go till midnight, not the other ones. Yeah. They should have pushed it a little longer just to make these people stay up and grind it out. Old Senate versus Congress rivalry. Now you get your own little desk with the Senate. That's fancy. I bet that desk is they're like super old. I bet some of those desks are historical. Like were actually used by ex-presidents like 100 years ago. Stuff like that. Because they don't all look the same. I bet like when to move up to a certain person's old desk is a super prestigious thing. But how does that work? Like a certain, like, do they ever move? Does the state keep its desk at all times? So, like, if so and so was a senator in that state, their desk stays with that state forever. Do they sign the inside of it? Probably, maybe. They retire. They retire. Dude, so many questions about these desks. I just want to open one up and look at it. The J6ers were doing mostly is looking at stuff they're curious about. Feels like going to the museum. Dude, these fucking youngsters have better suits than I've ever had. I've literally, the only suit that I've ever owned was Navy. Like, not a real matching suit. I've gotten stuff from the thrift store when I was a kid, like a jacket or coat and tie and dress shirts, but I've never actually gotten a full suit tailored to me, except for boot camp. I've had a shirt and pants. I've never had the full get up. They were like 18 years old. They're looking like they have $1,000 suits on. Super crisp, super perfect lines on them. Must be bad. I wish I had one though. To like go to weddings and stuff, it'd be nice, but I don't ever go to weddings, so it's okay. Oh, even in the Senate, the Democrats are on the left. Left of this. Let's see the left of this thing. Whatever it is. Like somebody special sits there. The people that are talking, maybe. Yeah, that's the podium. Oh, there are two podiums. Maybe they have three papers over here too. I just can't see it for this dude. I might actually vote this year. I'll mail it in for the people. I'll just drop it off. I live in the city, it's easy to drop it off somewhere. I think we have like special boxes. But dude, remember the boxes that were getting tampered with though last election? Dumping stuff inside of it and burning the... Forgot about that. Man, gotta watch out for that. There's no way for them people to know, or I guess they could check if their vote counted, but by then is it too late? I'm gonna need to get these people to hurry the fuck up. I gotta play some music. Going back to what I started the stream with. It's easy to listen to. It's about to get loud. The trash dude's picking up. You don't like my song? People are leaving because they don't like my song? Oh, they're probably gonna suck a cock. Girl. I see 3 girls, 4 girls, and this girl. Where's the girls too? A lot of girls in there. Oh, look, they're the cup picker-uppers, too. They have to pick up used water cups. Huh. another bill there. So, yeah, more girls and guys. Oh, they don't have the three papers over here. Only here, in the very middle. And only one podium. Oh no. Oh no, they do. Okay. They're still the same. And then when are they gonna start? When is it go time? No, they're not. This is Senate, dude. The Senate's there. Senate convenes as the House debates. Senate convenes. What's convene? Convene means come together, right? Come together. Convene mean leave? Fuck. Come to bring together. No, they're supposed to be assembling right now. Assemble. Because now it's their turn. Now they gotta pass it again because it got bounced back. Now it goes to them, and now they get to look at it again and pass it to the president. Fucking shit's taking forever. What are they doing? Oh, the house. Yeah, no, the house is gone. McCarthy's alive. I don't fuck. All right, I almost don't even care, dude. He's pissing me off. He wasn't supposed to. He wasn't supposed to.
To get this border crisis solved.
Yeah, we'll get into that. I'm gonna see what they said though, since they're taking forever over here.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh.
I'm waiting for your very positive responses, people. Good, everybody? Just moments ago on the House floor, we passed by overwhelming numbers the ability to keep government open for the next 6 weeks. We've got to understand why we're here. The Senate has produced not one appropriation bill through the floor. The House, more than 70% of discretionary spending has now passed. I do not believe our troops need to be punished for us not getting the work done. So I ask Congress, we'll stay in session the next 2 weeks, continue to work to get this done. But you cannot look the men and women in our military in the eye and ask them why they are not going to be able to pay their bills because the Senate hasn't done their work. Look, I know a lot of you always ask me all the negative questions. I'm sure every bet you had was government was going to shut down. I don't know how many times you're going to count us out. But there's one thing you should start understanding, not just that I'll never give up, but I'm a type of conservative that wants to get things done. It's easy to be a conservative that wants to do nothing. But I believe America wants to find the conservative that can make government work efficiently, effectively, and accountable. And that's exactly what we're doing in our appropriations process. In the wasteful spending, in the wokeism, but most importantly, secure our border. Our president, who never once talked to any of us during this challenge of the government shutting down, he watches night after night how thousands of people cross this border illegally because of his policies. The largest number ever in the last month. For 50 years, he has been in elected office. He has been to more dinners with Hunter Biden's business partners than he has gone to the border. Things have got to change. Our border has to be secure. We've got to end the wasteful spending to end the inflation that he has created. And that's exactly what we'll do and exactly what we are doing when we put our commitment to America to work. With that, let me introduce an amazing team up here, from our leader to our whip to our conference chair to all those members that worked so hard. And let me tell you, today wasn't the choice we wanted to have. We tried to pass the most conservative stopgap measure possible. We had members from all sides of the aisle work on it. We put it on the floor, but unfortunately, we didn't have 218 Republicans that would vote for that to help us secure the border then. But today, we're able to move forward to make sure we can challenge that. And one of our best leaders out here is our majority leader, Steve Scalise.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today the House came together to do our jobs to continue this battle. And believe me, this is not the end. This is the beginning of a continued fight to secure our border, to get government spending under control and to get our economy back on track. And that means for the next 45 days, we're going to be working through the remaining issues. As the Speaker talked about, starting Monday, we're coming back here in the House to continue the appropriations process. The House has now passed over 70% of government funding in the appropriations bills. We've passed those bills over to the Senate. The Senate has taken up 0 appropriations bills that they've passed. So it's time for the Senate to start doing their job. It's time for the appropriations process to keep moving forward. The House is going to keep moving forward with the remaining appropriations bills. All the bills that are still out there, both sitting to come to the floor, some there are 2 that are still in committee, all those are going to be moving in the next few weeks. Starting Monday, we will be back here working on those remaining appropriations bills. But as I will remind everybody, over these last few days, you saw the House pass over 70% of funding of government appropriations bills to the Senate with the priorities of the House to address our border crisis, to address getting our economy back on track, to get our military focused on the threats that are posed by countries like China. And so that focus will continue. Our work will continue. There is a lot of work left to be done. There's another 45 days. That doesn't mean that what just happened today ends. That means these next 45 days, we're going to be busy working here in the people's house. It's time the Senate do that same aggressive form of work, and it's long past time that Joe Biden get engaged in this process as well. He opened the southern border. He created a mess that has riveted the entire nation to the point where Republican mayors who are switching to Republican because they're fed up with the open southern border and the damage it's causing not just to our southern border, the damage it's causing to every community in America who is now a border town, because they're seeing the deaths from the fentanyl overdose. They're seeing people coming across in every community, people on the terrorist watch list, coming across by the thousands every single day, and Joe Biden hasn't cared about this crisis. The American people care about it. House Republicans care about it. We have now continued to push, and will continue to push over these next 45 days to get this border crisis solved as we work to solve all of the other problems holding our country back. With that, bring up the man who works to get the votes today. Strong, strong vote. Our whip, Mr. Emmer.
Well, what a week. What a week. We started off, like most weeks, with direction given to us by our Speaker, our Majority Leader, our Conference Chair, our membership, and it was like riding a mechanical bull all week as we made our way through stuff that nobody ever thought we could do again. I want to thank the Speaker for his leadership because what he tried to do was work with every member of our conference. He tried to make sure that everybody's voice was being heard, that everybody had a chance to take whatever vote they wanted to. They were all given an opportunity to vote for the best bill you possibly could have had yesterday. A spending cut, border security, disaster aid, and we just couldn't quite get that one over the line. So after exhausting everything else, this Speaker understands that shutting the government down is not an option. And for those naysayers out there who say, oh, let it shut down, if you're a fiscal conservative, you do not want the government to shut down because you are going to pay a whole lot more if that happens. And our members, I'm grateful that they understood it. I will tell everybody, no, I'm not happy. We did not have 218 Republicans still. That doesn't work for me. And we're going to have to do a better job of making sure that happens. But I'm very pleased to be part of this team and all of our members. And again, Kevin, thank you so much for taking the bull by the horns and putting this thing on the floor and getting it done. Our conference chair, please define.
Thank you, Tom. As we face this challenge, Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, House Democrats showed zero leadership. House Republicans will continue to step up to lead. Under the leadership of our Speaker, this leadership team, but most importantly, all the members of the House Republican Conference, we get the job done and deliver on behalf of the American people, keeping the government open and, importantly, continuing the appropriations process to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And this was despite House Democrats' attempts to delay, to obstruct, and to even pull the fire alarm to stop this important vote from happening. We're going to continue to stand up on behalf of the American people, and despite being underestimated every week, we see you every single week and you underestimate us, we will continue to get the job done on behalf of our constituents across America. And I'm proud to turn it back over to the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
I was really appalled watching Democrats' actions today, to delay it, to get to a shutdown. But when we found that an individual elected to Congress would pull a fire alarm, that's a new low. We watched how people have been treated if they've done something wrong in this Capitol. It'll be interesting to see how he is treated on what he was trying to obstruct when it came to the American public. With that, I look forward to your very open and optimistic questions that you've been asking this entire time. So let's turn to CNN. I've been praying for you.
Well, as you know, this threat of your speakership has been hanging over you for some time, and especially if you rely on Democratic votes here. And Democrats just have to carry this because do you expect to rely on Democratic votes if the vote to vacate comes up? When you need Democrats to keep the speakership.
Okay, can we now realize what the question was and realize what has happened today? We were within a few hours of government shutting down, where the military would not be paid, where the border would not be paid. They talked about FAA having problems because only the House has passed a bill and the Senate has not. It's been I imagine on his network he probably had a shutdown clock on. The Senate stymied of what they can do. All of that has now been waved away. And the only question CNN has for me today was whether I'm worried about someone making a motion to vacate against me. No, let's understand what the bill was. We put a bill on the floor in suspension. So there's no bill that can pass with one party or the other. When are you guys going to get over that it's all right that you put America first? That it's all right if Republicans and Democrats join together to do what is right? If somebody wants to make a motion against me, bring it. There has to be an adult in the room. I am going to govern with what is best for this country. I don't understand how long will it take you to understand that. I went 15 rounds. The same individual that voted against us even having a more conservative stopgap measure. The same individual who threatens it, that delayed us from ever getting all of our approach bills done. Did the same thing during the Speaker's race. That's okay. He has a right to do it. But I'm going to be a conservative that gets things done for the American public. And whatever that holds, so be it. Because I believe in not giving up on America. I'm not going to be beholden to somebody who portrays and does something different. Yes, sir. No, the Senate hasn't advanced anything. The Senate hasn't advanced one appropriation bill. The Senate hasn't advanced anything for the FAA. The Senate hasn't advanced anything for the Parents' Bill of Rights. The Senate hasn't done anything for energy, and the price of oil is $100. They haven't done one appropriation bill. So please, praise the Senate some more and ask me your question.
Well, my question is, will you put a free Ukraine on the floor in the next 45 days?
Listen, what the Senate wanted to do was focus on Ukraine in front of America. I understand our responsibilities, but I'm going to put America first. If there's a moment in time we need to have a discussion about that, we will have a discussion completely about that. But I think the administration has to make the case for what is victory. And I've asked the administration to come down and talk to our members about that. Yes, sir. And I want to congratulate you because you have spent overtime here. And you wear a tie when the guy next to you doesn't even have well, you have a collared shirt on. But you were here late at night, so you should really get the first question. But go ahead. So then wait, let me give you this experience there. Were you doubting whether we could get the job done? Were you doubting we would make that happen? All right, okay. Listen, Winston Churchill once said this about America. You can always count on Americans to do what's right after they exhausted every other option. It is very clear that I tried every possible way, listening to every single person in the conference. When we went to vote on appropriations bills you didn't think we could pass, we passed them. It was tough, but we got it through. We made sure we came down the last hour. Would I have wanted the bill we put on the floor yesterday that would secure our border, cut wasteful spending? Yes, I did. But I had some members in our own conference that wouldn't vote for that. So if you have members in your conference that won't let you vote for appropriation bills, doesn't want an omnibus, and won't vote for a stopgap measure, so the only answer is to shut down and not pay our troops? Vote for a stopgap measure, so the only answer is to shut down and not pay our troops? I don't want to be a part of that team. I want to be a part of a conservative group that wants to get things done. Yes, sir.
I wonder what's your message to the 21 members who didn't support this and led to this decision? Should they expect to see more votes like this where you work with Democrats if they aren't team players?
Look, one thing about me is I'm never giving up on the American people. I'm going to focus on America first, and I'm going to solve those problems. I believe at the end of the day, we'll get them back on board. Yes, ma'am.
Does Ukraine have to be tied to border security?
Look, I think so it's very important. If we're worried about Ukraine's border, we should worry about America's border too. And I think an opportunity to solve the border along America is now one of the biggest issues in New York. The governor of emergency. The governor of New York tells people to go somewhere else. The mayor of New York City says it's destroying, which many in this country believe is one of the greatest cities America has. And we have a president that has only been to the border one time in 50 years, but went to Cafe Milano twice with Hunter Biden's business partners and got $3 million for it, and his son got a new Porsche. You know what? I will do whatever it takes to get the president to come down to the border. Bring one of Hunter's business partners. I don't care, but we need to secure this border. Yes, sir.
You talked a little bit about the right that you wouldn't vote for anything. Have you learned anything about your confidence in those 20 or so people and handling them going forward?
It's a daily basis. You've watched for 9 months. I hope they learn from me that I won't give up, and they'll know I'll keep fighting. So it's better that we all come together. When we're all come together, we're much stronger. I've watched what we've been able to achieve so far. Think for one moment. When Washington, D.C. wanted to decriminalize almost every single crime, we united. The Senate said they wouldn't get up. We had 172 Democrats vote against it. We had the president say he'd veto it, and he ended up signing it. We went and heard parents across the country that get arrested when they go to a school board meeting simply because they wanted to talk about what was happening. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights. We ended the pandemic when they said the Senate wouldn't take it up and the president wouldn't sign it. We passed the most conservative border security bill in the history of Congress. We passed an energy bill that would make us energy independent and create more jobs, lower inflation. We were able to get the largest cuts in American history during the debt. We were able to cut more than $2 trillion, get work requirements that the president said would be a red line, get NEPA reform for the first time in 40 years, and put a provision in that would put a 1% cut across the board if the House and Senate doesn't do their job. So we got the Senate at least to pass approach bills in committee. They just have a hard time getting it to the floor. So the one thing I've learned is get things done, bring others along, and look, I welcome those 21 back in, and we would get a better and more conservative bill if they would simply vote with us. Yes, ma'am.
I know Senator Mullen was over on the side of the Capitol a lot this morning. What were your conversations like with Leader McConnell? Did you talk to him this morning?
I didn't get it. Mark Wayne Mullen, a former member of Congress and a dear personal friend of mine, he was great. He was in the House. He was being able to convey what was happening in the Senate. No, I talked to Senator Thune many times, and I thought Senator Thune did a tremendous job through it all. I had worked with McConnell early on in a lot of this too, but I didn't get to talk to him today, no.
Mr. Speaker, are you
Okay, let's understand, there's different ways bills come up. If I bring a bill up under a rule, it only takes 218 to pass. If it's on suspension, it takes Republicans and Democrats together. We had the majority of the Republicans voting for it. But let's put in perspective. What happened prior to the bill? The Democrats first wanted to adjourn. Can you imagine hours away from shutting down and they wanted to adjourn? Then they came down and all voted by a card to delay it, to delay it, to delay it. Then the leader went and took a magic minute to keep talking and delaying it and delaying it and delaying it. So I think at the end of the day, we kept the government open, kept paying our troops to finish the job we have to get done. Yes, sir. You know, I think ethics should look at this, but this is serious. When you think of how other people are treated when they wanted to come in and change the course of what was happening in this building. And did he deny he did it when it's on tape? And I'm going to have a discussion with the Democratic leader about it, but this should not go without punishment. This is an embarrassment. You're elected to be a member of Congress. You pulled a fire alarm?
Who?
In a minute of hours before the government being shut down, trying to dictate that government would shut down? What's going through a person's mind like that? But we will find the right ability to deal with this. Yes? Yes, yes I do. And what Russia has done is wrong, but I believe in whatever we do, we have to define what victory is and what the plan is. And I think what the White House needs to do is come down and talk with us and lay it out where we have a part of it say as well. Yes, ma'am.
Also on Ukraine, what is more than half of the conference voting against $300 million into Ukraine earlier this week mean for the prospects of giving billions more to Ukraine?
That is training money. I think there's a frustration across America that sees this president ignoring America's border and more concerned about somewhere else. I truly believe if he would focus on America, we'd be in a stronger place. Yes, ma'am.
Speaker, the appropriations bills you have passed have very steep spending cuts that the Senate is not likely to accept. So 45 days, what are you going to do to make sure we don't end up?
Okay, can you tell me what bills in the Senate, in the appropriations they passed? Has the Senate passed any bills? Yes or no? No, have they passed any bill? Has the Senate passed any bills? It's not a tough question. Yes or no? Did the Senate pass a bill? You want me to answer it for you, or are you not covering it? I can answer it any way I want. You have a right to ask me a question, but I have a right to answer it. So are you embarrassed because the Senate hasn't passed any bill? Is that why you won't answer it, or do you not know the answer to the question? The answer to the question is the Senate is a different body than the House. The House has a right to act and have a say in the direction they want. The Senate can pass any bill they want, and then you go to conference. When the Senate passes a bill, I'll be surprised, and then we can go to conference. In 45 days, we should get our work all done. Yes?
Okay. Are you planning to stick to or eventually revert to the spending caps agreement you
Look, I like to save whatever dollars. This is interesting. If you do have a child, but as your child gets older, if I have two kids, if I give my Connor and Megan $100 to go to dinner, one spends 100 and one spends 90. Should the other spend all the way up to 100? If we can save money, let's save money together. Let's lower whatever we can do. If we can save for the hardworking taxpayers, why can't we have that discussion? It doesn't mean you have to spend every dollar you want. That's a spending limit. That's the agreement we made. If we find that it's worthy, we could spend up to that. But if we find places we can save money, you know whose money that is? The hardworking taxpayers. Let's try to save it.
Last question.
Yes. Next question. Yes, sir.
Where are you at personally?
Right here.
Where are you at personally on aid to Ukraine?
Look, I think what Russia has done is horrendous. I have a real concern of what's going to happen long term. But I don't want to waste any money. As a question was asked, how long ago? That was a year and a half ago about Ukraine aid. And I said no blank check. That's what I mean about anything. I want to make sure whatever I vote for, that it's going and it's held accountable. I think there's accountability problems that we have to go, but I also make sure that we have to finish the job at the same time. Thank you all very much. I look forward to all your positive questions in the future.
Excellent talk. I was going to sleep, dude. I forgot who I was listening to for a second. It happens. I drift off listening to these people. I like come back to a little bit and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm listening to, who it is or anything. That wild. So they're still not doing anything. They're not passing it forward yet. They're not here. Where are they? Are they coming?
The Rio Grande, and that is Mexico. So right, see, at that location I was just at, that bridge right there, no fence. No fence. We were just standing right there. No fence. Kind of wild stuff, dude.
Open for you.
I don't understand what is the point. Well, one, there's Mexico over there. We're on the other side of the river.
Fence. Looking
Look,
good.
the fence stops right up here too.
What? Simon?
Please tell me, what is the point of this?
That is weird. Oh, tamale ladies outside. I thought I was hearing Simon.
What's the point of the fence?
Pretty clouds, huh?
What's the point? Some fencing down there.
Oh, wow.
Sure, that's the Mexico side. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Look, see the barbed wire fence stops right there. It just stops. There's nothing here. I'm about 15, 20 minutes north of Eagle Pass. What's the point? anybody wanted to come in this country and not get processed through Border Patrol like we watched, just come 15 minutes to the north of Eagle Pass and come right in. Ain't nobody around. Oh, they got a little barbed wire fence. What is the point?
Hey, later, Bill. Good luck, dude.
I'll show you how easy it is to get back to the main road. What's all this? Like a dam? Let me see where exactly I'm at. I got the other map. Better go out that way. I gotta make a right. Take me to 277, but I just want to go up here real quick. Just see what this is. What is this? I don't even know if I want to drive through that. I'll be alright.
I gotta go check on Simon, see how he's doing. He's got the diuretic today.
Well, there's a big fence down there, so maybe I'm still on the American side. Maybe there is some barbed wire fencing. But that's pretty wild, guys. But there's definitely not a lot out here, and the only, if there is any fencing that separates Mexico and United States around here, it is just a regular old little fence with some razor wire at the top. Not much. According to the maps, this road takes me back to 277. We'll see. JLR investigates out in rural West Texas, or Southwest Texas, on the U.S.-Mexican border, just north of Eagle Pass, between Eagle Pass and Del Rio. Just wanted to show you what the border looks like there. Look at the temperature. 96 degrees here. Yeah, it's hot. The cemetery. How do I get out of here? I go through the cemetery? How do I get out of here? Yeah, it looks like I go through the cemetery to get out of here. Let's go. Some wild stuff. Back onto the main road. It's 277. Valley Cemetery. Alright, let me know what you guys think. JLR Investigates. I'm on my way to Del Rio to see what's up. Subscribe to my channel, like, hit the notification button. Kind of wild out here, but it's cool to see. Provide some insight, perspective. Stuff I did not know that exists in our country. You guys have a great day. We'll talk soon. Bye.
Hey, leave right when I left. Fuck, dude. Slacker. Alright. Are they really not showing up, dude? Hey, social. Butter. Butter social. Brody. Bill. Jack. JD. Hey.
And
What is this? I guess. Dribble. All your way.
Putting a bill on the House floor with devastating cuts that would have undermined the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people, including, in many categories, 30% or more, cut from incredibly important programs like public education, providing food to women, infants, and children, ensuring that Social Security recipients could address any interruptions with the checks that they need. We went from devastating cuts that would have impacted the health, the safety, and economic well-being of the American people in 24 hours.
Hold up, I got audio.
To a spending agreement that meets the needs of the American people across the board, entirely consistent with what Democrats have said from the very beginning is the only path forward. A bipartisan spending agreement that keeps government open, avoids a catastrophic government shutdown, and meets the needs of the American people in every possible way. We said from the beginning that we were going to protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect public education, protect public safety, protect those individuals who secure us all across the land, protect veterans, protect our ability to continue to combat the climate crisis, protect the economy, and protect the ability of our government to provide for the health, the safety, and the economic well-being of the American people. And that is what the spending agreement that Democrats overwhelmingly supported on the floor of the House of Representatives accomplished today. We're on a path to avoid a catastrophic extreme MAGA Republican shutdown and to continue to meet the needs of the American people. The American people have won. The extreme MAGA Republicans have lost. It was a victory for the American people and a complete and total surrender by right-wing extremists who throughout the year have tried to hijack the Congress. Moving forward, we will continue to work in a bipartisan way to discuss a year-end spending agreement consistent with our values, meeting the needs of the American people, solving problems on their behalf, and putting people over politics. That is what the spending agreement that passed the House floor today has accomplished. And moving forward, that will be our guiding principle in getting things done for the American people. It's now my honor to yield to Catherine Clark, the distinguished House Democratic Whip.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leader, for those comments and for leading our caucus and putting the American people's voice into this process. And of course, for your hour today, setting out the vision that Democrats have and the contrast with the MAGA extremists. Today, Democrats have ensured that those interests, the American people, have won out over the demands of MAGA extremists. But only after months of Speaker McCarthy and the MAGA majority playing chicken with the lives and livelihoods of the American people. They have brought us to the edge of a needless shutdown, trying to blackmail the country into accepting their extreme right-wing agenda. And today, Democrats came to the rescue. Speaker McCarthy admitted defeat and asked Democrats to put out the fire that he and his party had started. We proved today that Democrats will continue to unify around our shared values. We will continue to put the concerns of the American people first, and we will not allow the twisted priorities of the MAGA Republicans to become law. As we move forward, as the leader said, we will continue to try and build a budget in a bipartisan way that will meet the needs of the American people and live up to the spending agreement that Kevin McCarthy has already agreed to back in June. And I call on Speaker McCarthy not to let the pro-Putin part of his conference win the day and bring a vote to the floor on assistance to Ukraine so we can continue to defend their democracy and our own. And with that, I yield to our amazing champion for our caucus chair, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Whip Clark. I want to start by thanking Whip Clark and the floor team who helped guide our efforts and guide our success, what you saw here today, and to Leader Jeffries, who spoke so eloquently on the House floor about our shared values, but also about our path ahead and how difficult it has been that the MAGA extremism has permeated the Republican conference for so long. And when the Democratic caucus, when I convened them with Vice Chair Lieu, and we needed more time to read the text and read the document, it was Whip Clark and Leader Jeffries who wanted to ensure that members had the time and the space to understand what was in this package. Because for the Democratic caucus, and this isn't the same for the Republican conference, the details matter. Helping people is why we come here.
we want to make a difference in our communities. We want to help our communities. And in order to do that, we wanted to make sure that we got it right. And because of our actions and the unity of the Democratic caucus that you saw on full display here today, we were able to do just that. We were able to put the needs of the American public first. We were able to keep government open, protect our communities, ensure that service members were not asked to go to work without getting a paycheck. Those are the types of things that we can do because of our Democratic unity. So privileged to be part of this team and to be a member of the Democratic caucus who helped deliver and put people over politics. Leader Jeffries.
Again, excuse me, thank Whip Clark and Chairman Aguilar for their tremendous leadership in holding the caucus together throughout this entire process as we've been battling extreme MAGA Republicans and their reckless effort to try to dramatically cut services for everyday Americans or shut down the government. And we were able to stop that from happening. And House Democrats stood together in that regard. And I thank Catherine and Pete for their tremendous leadership. Questions?
Are you concerned about the accusation that Congressman Jamal Bowman is accused of pulling a fire alarm in a congressional office building? And what are the next steps here?
I haven't seen the video. Until I see the video, I'll have no further comment.
Do you believe that now that we've reached this point where the Speaker was willing to buck against the conservative wing of his party, that will then guide the appropriations process? You only have 45 days now to get all 12 of these bills passed. Do you believe that you're now in a space where those real negotiations can happen? Or are we going to go through this process all over again 45 days from now?
From the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear that we are ready, willing, and able to find common ground with our Republican colleagues whenever and wherever possible to advance the needs of the American people. But we will also at the same time continue to combat Republican extremism whenever necessary. Over the next 45 days, we're going to have to work together in a collaborative fashion to make sure that we avoid another government shutdown drama, that the extreme MAGA Republicans will continue to try to visit upon the American people, and at the same time, make sure that we put the national security needs of the American people ahead of the extreme MAGA Republican pro-Putin caucus. Sooner rather than later, it's important in order to lift up the national security needs of the American people and ensure that America's place in the free world will continue. And we've experienced great leadership from President Biden in that regard. As Catherine Clark mentioned, we need to address the security situation in Ukraine to ensure that the Ukrainian people can continue to fight bravely and courageously and defeat Vladimir Putin and Russian aggression. It's important for democracy. It's important for the principle of freedom. It's important for truth. It's important for NATO. And extreme MAGA Republicans will have an opportunity over the next few days to put the American people and our national security interests first, and extreme MAGA Republican pro-Putin caucus last.
Leader Jeffries, quick question, with the Independent. This is the second time that Democrats have had to bail out Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans on spending the first deadline. And now this, how confident are you that in the future you can negotiate in good faith with Speaker McCarthy and the Republican conference when it comes to now that these next 25 days you have to get these spending bills across the finish line?
House Democrats are going to continue to put the needs of the American people first and to work in a bipartisan way with our colleagues in the Senate as well as with President Biden. And it's our hope that the traditional Republicans will finally take their party back from the extremists who have hijacked this Congress from the very beginning of this new Republican majority. And time and time and time again, House Democrats have had to come to the rescue to push back against the extremists and to ensure that we're doing the right thing for the American people. And that is what we'll continue to do. Let me yield to Catherine and Pete. To push back against the extremists and to ensure that we're doing the right thing for the American people. And that is what we'll continue to do. Let me yield to Catherine and Pete to answer that question as well.
I'll just tell you, and both of these questions have been a little bit about the appropriations process, and it's our hope. I echo what the leader said. It is our hope that we can work in a bipartisan process. What we have seen is that no spending bills will happen without Democratic support. It should be an opportunity to work together to encourage the Appropriations Committee to come together and to put out bipartisan bills. But that would mean that Republicans would have to do away with the extremism. They would have to do away with their policy writers. They would have to do away with their assault on women's reproductive freedom. And I don't know if the Republican conference is willing to do that, but it's my hope that we can get there because that's what the American people expect. And by the way, as the whip said, we've got some trust issues. We need to make sure that Republicans abide by the deal that their own leader, the Speaker of the House, negotiated. And we will do that moving forward.
Yeah, I think our commitment to bipartisanship was crystal clear back in June when we had 314 votes coming out of the House, almost a 50-50 split between Democrats and Republicans saying, lots of things we don't like in this default compromise, but it's a compromise to make sure we don't allow MAGA Republicans to drive our economy over the cliff. Here we are again today. And what we can say is that we will continue to work for the American people, to put the issues around lowering their costs of living, making sure that we are addressing the crisis that they want for our public schools, Their proposal was to cut 150,000 teachers from public schools and to stop their march on a national abortion ban, criminalizing health care for women and for doctors. So we will continue to put those priorities first, but when it comes to putting them first, making sure the American people are at the center of our work, we will do that in a way that is bipartisan if there is any opportunity.
Anything change in that bill? It seemed like you were speed reading. You almost characterized it that way. Anything they tucked in there you didn't expect or may have been a twist?
We needed to create the time and space to be able to evaluate the bill. At the very beginning of this Congress, extreme MAGA Republicans said that any legislation put before the House would only be done if there were at least 72 hours to review the legislation. That was the House Republican rule and the promise that was made by their Speaker to the Congress and to the American people. And earlier today, at the 11th hour, this continuing resolution was dropped on the American people. And so, at minimum, we wanted to make sure, given the trust issues that exist, that we had the time and space to read the four corners of the agreement in order to determine whether it met the needs of the American people. And when we read the four corners of the agreement, it was clear to us that this spending bill was a complete and total victory for the American people and a total defeat for the extreme MAGA Republicans. Let me also thank publicly Leader Schumer and the Senate Democrats, because part of the reason why we had the space to get to a place where we reached a bipartisan agreement in the House is because Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats have been working in a cooperative and bipartisan way for weeks in the Senate, setting forth the only pathway forward. And as a result of that, you had House Democrats in alignment with Senate Democrats. Both of us were in alignment with Senate Republicans. All of us were in alignment with President Biden on behalf of the American people. You had the extreme MAGA Republicans on an island, all by themselves. And as recently as yesterday, put forth a draconian bill that would have slashed and burned the ability of the federal government to meet the health, the safety, and the economic needs of the American people. But largely as a result of our unity within the House Democratic Caucus in fighting for everyday Americans and putting people over politics, and because Senate Democrats had set the stage, thanks to incredible leadership by Senator Schumer and his team in working in a bipartisan way with his Senate Republican colleagues, we were able to arrive at a place where the American people won.
Congressman Fitzpatrick said today that he expects that there would be Democrats in the instance of a motion to vacate that would vote to table it, because that vote would be whether you want to reward or to punish two-party bills on the floor. Do you see it that way at this point?
We haven't had a discussion about any hypothetical motion to vacate, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Do you think Speaker McCarthy did the right thing today in putting up the CR for a vote?
I think the House, led by Democrats, were able to accomplish the right thing on behalf of the American people.
I wanted to follow up on your commentary about speed reading the bill and making sure you could look at all four corners of the agreement. You know, it's no secret that you and Speaker McCarthy have a mutual respect for each other. Do you think he, ignored his own 72-hour policy in order to make sure that it didn't give his members enough time to sort of, hijack this bill and give this bill a real shot of passing?
I have no idea, but we understood when Whip Clark and Chairman Aguilar and myself met with our leadership team in the House that we needed to create the time and space for every member of Congress to read the bill and be able to come to an informed conclusion as to what was the right thing to do for the American people. I don't know why this bill was dropped on the Congress at the 11th hour in terms of what dynamic was going on the other side of the aisle, but we knew that the right thing to do for the American people was to find a bipartisan path forward to avoid a catastrophic extreme MAGA Republican government shutdown, but make sure that we were doing it in a way that we didn't undermine the needs of the American people. And Catherine, appropriately, Whip Clark, made a motion to adjourn temporarily to create the time and the space for members of Congress in an intelligent way to read the four corners of the bill. Chairman Aguilar convened the caucus to be able to do that and talk through what the provisions of the bill would actually do in terms of their implications for the American people. And I was able to spend a few minutes on the House floor.
So did you find out about this CR when everyone else did this morning? You had no tip off by the speaker that it was coming?
We did not see the text of the bill until about 5 or 10 minutes before the vote was actually called, which is why we needed to create the space for the American people and members of Congress on their behalf to evaluate whether we were able to get something over the finish line that both avoided a government shutdown and was consistent with the American values that House Democrats have been fighting for from the very beginning, and that did not contain a single poison pill or policy rider that the extreme MAGA Republicans were trying to jam down the throats of the American people. Once we concluded that the bill that would be before us met the needs of the American people, would avoid a catastrophic government shutdown that the extreme MAGA Republicans were trying to visit on the American people, and didn't have a single ideological right-wing policy rider, that it was clear how we were going to move forward.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. So I know you often rebuke some of the extreme Republicans in the House. But you rarely talk about your relationship openly with Speaker McCarthy. He said you guys talked yesterday. Can you talk to me about the dynamics between both of your relationship right now? What does that look like? Is there any tension, after everything you've been through this Congress?
I think as Democrats, we were able to make sure that we passed a bill that meets the needs of the American people. The bill was put on the floor. After evaluating it, we came to the conclusion that we were going to make sure that it passed, despite the fact that a majority of Republicans voted against their own bill, because it represented a path forward in a bipartisan way that made sense for everyday Americans.
You talked a lot about the American people, but what about the Ukraine? Are you not afraid that it might have a negative impact on Ukraine's ability to fight against Russia if there's no fresh money for the next 45 days?
As I mentioned earlier, we have to get to work on this issue, and that should be done sooner rather than later to ensure that we are providing the Ukrainian people with the resources necessary to continue to fight courageously and to defeat Vladimir Putin and Russia. House Republicans will have a choice in the next few days when we reconvene on Monday. Are they going to stand up for freedom, democracy, truth, and the Ukrainian people? Or will they continue to bend the knee to the pro-Putin caucus in the House Republican Conference? Thank you, everyone.
That dude was just like, but sir, could this affect Ukraine getting money in the next 45 days if we need some?
Okay, Alicia, nice to meet you. I recognize you from the wedding.
Our fresh allowance? You know, we've gotten used to our allowance. Very nice having money. Ukraine, hey, we love America. We love America. Hey, we always love America. Huh? Yeah. So it looks like the Senate is done for the day too. Our recess. They're supposed to be reconvening, but that was. I guess they're not doing that. Eventually, they'll get back together when they feel like it. They don't even have a camera on them anymore. So, let's right in this political stream. I mean, on everything else for it. Borders, the dude at the border's gone. All like the Senate's on break. I don't know when they're gonna come back. Is what it says. They've been doing nothing for 4 hours. This one's been like for 49 minutes, but a different one was like for 4 hours. Thought that they had to approve it. Do they? Well, what are they doing, man? Why do they do this? I even went to the website that normally has the the schedule. The last thing on there, it has nothing to even do with this. 12 p.m. Convene resume consideration for this, which is American Aviation Act. Refreshed up. They could take till like 5 o'clock tonight to come back, whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna end this one. Thank you all for joining for the accommodation stream. Combination. Do you remember the combination? We have to watch the whole stream again to find it. Alright. Love y'all. Talk to you soon. Maybe I'll play some PUBG or something. It's Saturday and I feel lazy. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'll get busy doing something. You never know. So, could be on Twitch. Could be here. Probably be here. I don't feel like switching shit over. But, alright. Whatever. See you later. JD, Jack. Take it easy, bud. You too. Later. Tater. Sister T. Oh, I see, JD. So the Senate still might not pass it. Maybe they're reading over it right now. Yes, sir. You too. Dow Golden. Alright, everybody. Thanks for all your input. If I didn't see what you said or acknowledge it, sorry. Thanks again, Pumpkin, for letting me know about McCarthy being live. You're awesome. Alright. Hiya! Alright, I gotta go. Love y'all. Yeah.